Hi, everybody. We're going to get started, so please take a seat. Okay. Everybody takes a seat. Thank you. Okay. So let's get started then. So Paco, all yours.
Okay. So thank you, Manuel. Just 2 minutes. I want to give you a warm welcome to the city of Madrid, especially for the ones that are traveling. And also welcome to this summit of EdTech talents. Thank you for joining us. You know that for us at Microsoft, education is at the core of what we do. We firmly believe that education is the most powerful strategic tool for economic and social growth. And especially now where technology is redefining the way we teach, the way we learn, and especially AI. And all students, teachers, and professionals in education are going through this transformation, all of us. You know that we published every year a report that it's a report that called the Work Trend Index, since we are managing large number all across the world of desktops and office spaces and information workers tools. We're doing this report, and in the last one we defined what we call frontier firms, frontier countries. And we were reflecting about how AI is shaping and redefining the way we are productive and the way we deal with information. And there are some interesting statistics, including for the education sector. And in that report, we saw that 79% of the professionals, the educators, they are saying that they don't have the time nor the energy to do properly their job. And that's a problem probably that we have partially contributed to create with all this amount of information that we have to manage on a daily basis. But at the same time, the leaders of this industry, they're saying almost half of them that they are focused on how to increase the productivity. And if you think also from the student perspective, and I have 2 kids already also in university, so I'm witnessing that, they are equipped today with tools that were not there before, and that probably will change also the way we should approach learning. And that also creates an opportunity for startups, for tech companies to help in Europe, to contribute, to keep leading in education, but probably in a different way. True that AI is a general purpose technology, now is available everywhere. And in Europe, we have certain aspects that I think are relevant. First, that I think we should be proud of how we regulate technology, how we create environments that are responsible, safe, and we care about people. And I think we have already created the AI Act, and there are other regulations coming. So we should embrace that, because any entrepreneur that launches a technology in Europe knows that this technology is protected, and the use of this technology is protected by law, but also makes this success a responsible one. In Europe, we have already almost 7,000 startups, AI startups, and we need to keep accelerating that, because the value of AI is not really in the technology per se, but in the intellectual property we create on top. And also how we transform entire industries, and education is one of them. And in Europe is well known to have amazing assets in that industry. So I really encourage you, professionals, leaders, innovators, to join forces, to count on us, to keep accelerating this path of innovation, because we have a responsibility first, but also we firmly believe that Europe can lead in this space. Today you will see some examples. We have founders, we have analyticals, we have a Turing Dream, but many others at reach. So that's also something that I would encourage you today. Dream big, connect with each other, and count on us to go with you in this journey. So that's it. Enjoy the day. Enjoy Madrid. We still have a beautiful weather. and happy to have you here. Take care.
So thanks everybody for attending this summit. We have almost 100 people registered from 12 different countries and around 50 institutions. And I want to thank Universidad Rey Juan Carlos as the host here in Spain. I also want to thank University of Tallinn for being the coordinator and together with the other four countries. We're going to go over the agenda that we have an amazing, very interesting agenda for today. And so first of all, we are going to have with us from Microsoft, Eduardo Arandilla. He's going to tell us about the different support programs that we have in Microsoft for EdTechs. Then we're going to have Sonia from Kibo Ventures. It's a venture capital, and she's going to tell us the perspective from a investment fund, from a venture capital. Afterwards, we're going to have Elena Gonzalez from Microsoft, and she's going to tell us about the technological platform for startups that any startup can use from Microsoft. Then we'll have the coffee break, and after that, I'll be a speaker, and I'll be giving an overview of the EdTech industry in Microsoft. And later on, we'll have the experiences of three EdTechs. As Paco was saying, Analyticus, we'll have Miguel Molina, I can see him now. We'll have Pau Garcia from Founders, and we'll have Manuel Tarrasa from Turing Dream. And then we'll have the lunch break, and then we'll have the afternoon session organized by the universities. I'll let Piedad introduce that part to you.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to Microsoft and especially to Manuel Avellana and Eduardo Arandilla for giving us this opportunity of showing what are we doing in our EdTech Talents project. So welcome, and thank you everyone for the attendance. In the afternoon session, we will have also an amazing program with our EdTech umbrella participating in our project. They are going to do this introduction. And after that, we will have a panel discussion. Uglesa Marjanovic will drive the discussion with the topic Generative AI and its impact on EdTech companies. What reflects our objective in this project is joining the talents. The talents we are here, you are here, talents from academia, from companies, and that's all from our side. So thank you so much. Perhaps we can start.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Piedad, and let's introduce Eduardo Arandilla.
Lo de las slides. Es para adelante y para atrás. Bueno. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Today, it's exciting to find how Microsoft for a startup can answer and help all the startups, in this case, university students and education-focused entrepreneurs across Europe to support your startups. My goal here is to show how Microsoft can help you in a practical way with opportunities, resources, and real examples that can help you to turn your ideas into reality. Okay. I jump into yes. Okay. We are living now in an incredible time for innovation. Artificial intelligence is changing the way we work, the way we build the opportunities. For a startup, this means that we can, from Microsoft, support these ideas to turn into reality. It's more important than ever to use the artificial intelligence in the way we work. I will show you in the next slide that over the 50% of the investments in new startups are going to a startup that use the artificial intelligence. You can see here, as I say, that 58% of the global VC deal value is going to a startup that use artificial intelligence as a core topic in their ideas. And Microsoft is using this technology to support those startups to grow. But this source is June 2025, so it's quite new. And here's what I mentioned. The rise of agentic AI is a new era for startups. So as Paco Salcedo told at the very beginning, it's not only about artificial intelligence. It's about how we use the artificial intelligence, how we turn their idea, and how we use that technology. In this case, Microsoft is providing all the resources to the startups to turn the idea into reality. I will also show you how Microsoft support the startups to turn this idea and go to the real market, because Microsoft feels very comfortable working with big enterprises and support these startups to introduce the ideas, the solution into those big companies. I will say pushing, for example, our sellers to introduce these startups into the big customers. So it's not just to provide a portfolio of solutions to build your platform. It's about how to grow. That is very important for Microsoft, to be a partner, not to be only the platform where you develop the solution. This is what it was mentioned. For a new startup, it's very important to move fast, because the time is very important. To get money is very important. To jump, as I say, overtackle the obstacles to go to the market. We provide to the new startups the platform to build the solution. We provide the startups a go-to-market platform to be able to go to the real customers, to the big enterprises. Also, we help also to B2C companies to grow, not just to B2B, but we feel in Microsoft very comfortable with B2B, because it's the environment where we grew a lot in the last years, supporting new startups to sell the solution in those companies. And we built a long-term agreement. Three of the startups here have chosen our platform to build the solution, and not only because we have a great technology, it's because also we are a partner for them to go to the market. I will show you also, we have this, we lead the AI technology with OpenAI, Founder, Responsible AI, Copilot. We have these 4 platforms, but we also work together with third-party solutions, not just with the Microsoft technology. Something very important when we work in AI Foundry, for example, is that you can also choose other technologies to work in Azure. We are an open platform. We changed that years ago, where we were focused on Windows, SQL, Dynamics. In the last year, we are open to other technologies. For example, on Azure, over 50% of the VMs are running Linux, not Windows. And the same with other databases. We not only focus on SQL, we can use Postgre, we can use MySQL, every kind of solution are available on our platform. But we provide to those companies the ability to use the top solutions. Most of the users use GitHub, and we provide artificial intelligence on top of GitHub. And so you have everything you need around Microsoft technologies. But if you want, you can use third-party solutions. This, well, I mentioned from the very beginning that Microsoft supports you to move fast, to be able to use all our technology to build your solution in a secure way. It's very important for all the startups to have a platform where you can be sure that your infrastructure is secure. We provide all kinds of security solutions. We allow you to use our developer solutions at GitHub Copilot that increase the productivity in a 55% easily. I know some colleagues that they pay by themselves the Copilot because they know that they can be more efficient using GitHub Copilot. So instead of waiting for the company to pay for that, they pay by themselves because they work better using our artificial intelligence solutions. We empower using the artificial intelligence inside Microsoft, using our product tools. So it's not just about you. I would develop a new solution using artificial intelligence. We in Microsoft empower ourselves also using artificial intelligence in all of our technology. We have a lot of agents to increase the productivity, to be more efficient. We in Microsoft use artificial intelligence also in our sales processes. We use artificial intelligence in almost everything, in Teams, everywhere. I will focus a lot of more here for a startup, because sometimes you have a good idea, but it's difficult to go to market. For example, in my case, I try to support the startups I manage to have a good relation with our big enterprise companies. It's not always important the credits we give to the companies, because for a company at the very beginning they don't have money, so it's very important to get these credits. But once you have your solution, it's not only about the scale, it's about the go-to-market. So in Microsoft, we try to cover all these 3 steps. The platform where you build a solution, we give credits, we give technology support, we introduce architects to help to build your solution, but it's also important the go-to-market. So we have that experience, and we bring this experience into the startups to be able to bring the market to the startup, because I think it's very, very important. And so with some big enterprises, some new startups, we also give international visibility. It's not just, I work, for example, in Spain, Italy, and Portugal, but I have other colleagues managing other countries. So if the startup is good, I try to involve those colleagues that work in other markets to be able to give visibility to those startups. Sometimes, for example, we do events here in La Finca, and sometimes, if possible, we bring other startups from other markets, not just Spanish ones. So in July, we changed the way we work with the startups. Before July, we were able to give funding to all kinds of startups. But from July, we try to work together with the venture capitals. We think this is the best way to select the best startups with more potential. So the way to get the 100 from, sometimes because we can give more, 150K of credits is when a startup is nominated by a venture capital. And we not only give credits on issue, we give also licensing, Office 365, Dynamics, Power BI, Power Apps. So we give a set of licensing that sometimes the value is bigger than the 150K we give you on issue. We give benefits to access to some, I was speaking with Manuel before that sometimes it's difficult to get the latest models. And usually the startups can get earlier those models. And they can be sure that they can also get access to GPUs, which is also very important, and they can build a solution in a safe way. I'm going to show you here a short video about an example of a startup that is using our platform. Let me click next. Yeah.
GoodCall is an AI agent for small and local businesses. Every day, small businesses get tons of phone calls, and on average, they miss 65% of those calls. What happens with GoodCall is that it's able to answer those calls when the business cannot answer. I want to find out if you have something in stock. Can I get a table reservation? So that's like 80% of these repetitive calls that come in. And then beyond that, there's long tail query, which could be like, do you have a corkage fee for wine? Or do you cut hair, like curly hair? The reason we chose Microsoft Azure is we did a benchmarking against all of the other providers in the market, looking for conversational quality, latency, and reliability. Benchmark after benchmark, Microsoft just scored incredibly high. In fact, in most of those benchmarks, up to twice as fast. Microsoft was founded by coders for coders, and it's really prevalent when you work with the Azure AI stack. Meaning when you go into the studio, you start selecting models, you get your API keys, you're building before you even know it. That's really exciting for my team. It provides us with efficiency and speed to build a product that is of high production quality for our customers. So my experience with Microsoft for Startups has been really wonderful. Going to the Founders Hub to find all the various resources that we might need. We've had to work with the engineering tech staff to solve like certain challenges and problems, and they've been very receptive and helpful as we work through those problems. My number one piece of advice for startup founders, I know you're an engineer, but please don't build code first. Talk to a customer. Always go through the lens of customers before you build, because otherwise you're going to build something nobody wants.
So here, we give with the startup program, free credits, GitHub Enterprise, LinkedIn Premium, M365 Premium. So all these tools, all the platform, you can get that for free. You can get, during 2 years, this platform for free. And after that, we can support your projects with other actions like go-to-market, architects. So it's just a path. At the very beginning, we provide this platform to get this for free. And after that, if the startup is going well, we can manage the account from our side. So here, we have a long-term experience working with big enterprises, and we bring this experience into a new startup that usually they don't have this experience. So we support the go-to-market. We give you visibility. We have also success cases. We build to give visibility about how you use our technology. Thanks to Azure, you can reach millions of users, and we can accelerate your process through the market because we have experience doing that. When you are thinking on AI, it's not just a single solution. It's a set of different solutions. Here is just a small subset of what we can do to support a company using artificial intelligence. We have already some pre-built solution, for example, for search, for speech, for vision. So you can develop some solution by yourself, but you can use other solution already created. And as you can see here, you can use third-party solutions developed by other competitors. We work together with competitors. You can see here with Meta and other solutions. Okay. Here also, those are competitors, and they are also partners, because it's what we do not just with AI. In security, we have our own solutions, but Palo Alto, there are other solutions that are partners with us. The same way with SAP, we have Dynamics, but SAP is also our partner. We have also inside Microsoft expert in SAP to sell the solution on Azure. Even we have a team selling Dynamics. So Microsoft is trying to work together with the different players in the market, not just to be a competitor and destroy the competition. Here is like a resume on how to increase the sales, because it's not always about technology. To get benefit, you need to help the companies to sell. And we help the companies with the Azure adoption. We help with different programs to the go-to-market, and we help with the co-sell motion we have in Microsoft to sell your solution on the different customers. Here's applying to the program is very easy. You can only go to a startup for Microsoft, and you can sign, There are two options, one where you get 5,000 euros for free. All the startups can apply for those 5,000 euros. But if you want more money or more benefits, you have to go through a venture capital. So she's going to speak right now. Kibo is one of the best venture capitals we have in Spain with, I think, international companies. And it will give you a great idea about how the venture capital support the startups to grow. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eduardo, for the nice intro. And thank you, Microsoft, for inviting us in to speak at this conference. I'm very happy to be here and talk about venture. And obviously, it's great for every startup to partner with Microsoft to get started. And we've seen how you can apply to the program. But most of you will understand that at some point, to scale your business, you probably have to come and talk to VCs. So the idea of today is just to give you a very short overview of what we do as a venture capital, and what we look for in startups, and how you should approach talking to people like us, and hopefully give you some tips. I don't know if any of you have already experienced talking to VCs. Some of you, so okay. All right, so this is me. I'm partnered at Kibo Ventures. I've been, in previous life, I was an entrepreneur, and I was also in the finance, have a finance background, and I joined Kibo in 2016, so I've been investing for almost 10 years now. Kibo Ventures, we're an early stage venture capital firm. We operate in Spain, but we invest also outside of Spain. We have offices in Madrid and Barcelona. We have, up to now, started 6 funds. We're now investing out of our fund 4, which is 120 million, and we invest in early stages. So anything, not very much pre-seed, but seed capital until Series A, and I'll explain a little bit about how that works. And we have invested in different companies, you know, the famous unicorns that you all want to be one day. And we have some very good companies also in the EdTech space, and I take care of some of them. So happy to also talk to you about EdTech in the coffee break or later on. We focus a lot on AI and more B2B, although we've done some B2C investments. But I know you will talk a lot today about AI and investing, so I'm not going to focus on that. And we have Elena right after me, so she knows a lot about AI. But these are some of the logos of companies that we have invested in the AI space. And we're very active, and there's a lot of deal flow that we see with a very strong AI component nowadays. Okay, so what is a VC company? What do we do? So this is the typical stage of, you know, what would be the path of a company. So you would first have the idea. Then I like the video that you were showing before, Eduardo, of this good call saying, you know, talk to the customer first, see if you have an idea that really works, and then do the, you know, figure out whether there's product market fit. So you have different stages from the idea to the minimum viable product. You need to make sure that there's, you know, you have an idea and a product that the market wants. And then, you know, you'll start the company, and then you'll scale it, and hopefully you'll, you know, reach the unicorn status or make the company really big. And in each of these stages, you will see different people. I was saying before that we're an early stage fund, but we're not in the very, very early stages of the journey. If you come to us with only an idea and you're raising, I don't know, the first, I don't know, 100,000 euros, then we're not the player. But there are other players that you can go to in terms of pre-seed funds and incubators and other programs. So one of the first pieces of advice as you're thinking about starting your company is, okay, where am I in that journey, and who do I need to talk to that can help me? And we are experts in helping you, or we think we can help you in scaling your company, but we may not be very good at the ideation stage, which is the very early stage. What do we do? And how does a VC firm works? And this is something that you need to understand. We are also, in a way, we consider ourselves a startup as well, because if we do not convince our LPs, who are the people who give us the money for us to invest, then we will be raising fund 1, maybe fund 2, but then maybe we don't raise fund 3 and we cannot continue to invest. So basically, we get money from high net worth individuals, family offices, also public entities like ICO, Cedeti, and we as managers of the fund need to invest that money for a period of time. It's also very important when you go to a VC to understand where they are in that cycle, because we raise funds. I was saying now that we're investing out of our fund 4. We just raised fund 4, so now it's a very good time for you to come to see us, because we are just starting to invest the fund. If you come and see us when we're towards the end of our fund life, then it may be more difficult to get that investment, because we have very limited money left on the fund. With that money, we invest across a different number of companies, and that's where we build our portfolio of companies. With our fund, which is 120 million in size, we invest in about 20 companies, more or less. You can have seed funds that maybe have 40 million, and they invest in a larger number of companies, or you may have growth funds that invest in fewer companies. So we're in the business of taking high risks, given very little liquidity to our investors, because normally the life of a startup is going to go beyond. We have 5 years to invest and 5 years to exit those companies. So in those 10 years, we're supposed to give return of at least 3x the money to our investors. But 10 years is a long time. Typically, the market is showing us that it's even longer than 10 years. So we're in the business of taking a lot of risk and not providing a lot of liquidity. So we better make sure that it's worth it for the investors to wait that long and get the return. But what I'm trying to say is that it's not an easy business to be in. And the way it works, I don't know if you know the concept of the power law. Normally, the return for a fund comes from very, very few companies. So because we take high risks, we're willing, and it will happen, that we'll get what we call write-offs. So some companies, and actually quite a few companies in our portfolio, will not make it. And we need to be ready to provide a zero return on those companies, because we're betting that some companies, at least 1 or 2, will give what we call the return for the whole fund. And obviously, that will require the companies to go through that journey and reach a very high valuation for us to get to the return. I don't think I'm going to go into the detail of the numbers, but this is more or less how it works. It's very skewed. Obviously, when we decide to invest, we always think that your company is going to be the one that is going to return the fund. So even though that may not happen, that's obviously the mindset that we have coming in. What is it that we do? And we do a lot of things. We get a lot of people wanting to come work at a VC. They think that it's very glamorous, and we do, I don't know what they think we do, but we do. There's a lot of work involved. I'm going to walk you through a little bit of what we do on a day-to-day basis, and then just get into what we look for and the tips, which is what's going to be more useful for you. So one of the things that I was saying before, that we see ourselves as a startup as well, is that we need to fundraise. We also need to knock on doors of people to give us money, and those are the LPs, the limited partners that give money into the fund. And we need to manage those relationships. If our LPs, our investors, are not happy with us, then they may not support us, and then we won't be able to continue to invest. I would say, this is something we need to do to survive and to be able to operate in the market. The next thing that is critical for us is to get good deal flow. Deal flow is talk to people like you with ideas and make sure that we see them first, and even if we don't see them first, that you decide to work with us. So that's not always that easy. I think it used to be, I was telling you that I've been investing for the last 10 years. When I joined Kiwo, we didn't feel that we needed to do much. We were there. People would knock on our doors and come and tell us about their projects. Now that's not the case anymore. The tables have really turned, and the entrepreneur has a lot more power, and the good founders are very selective. So we need to really make sure that we are attractive for you guys. And that requires also a change of mindsets from our perspective. So we need to look for deal flow. And then once we find a company that we like, we obviously make the investment. The investment is really the easy part, because at the end of the day, the more difficult part is really selecting, finding the company, agreeing amongst ourselves. We have an investment committee and agreeing that we are going to bet on that company. But then the execution of the investment itself is quite straightforward. And then we need to manage the portfolio. As I was saying before, we invest per fund in about 20 companies, but the cycle doesn't work perfectly. It doesn't happen that we invest in 5 years, we invest in 5 companies, and then the next 5 years we sell those, we invest in 20 companies within the 5 years, and the next 5 years we sell the 20 companies. That doesn't work. So we still have companies from our funds 1 and 2 and 3. So we have we have quite a big portfolio of companies that we manage. Some are write-offs, as I was saying before. Some are not, are still alive, but we know they're probably not going to be a big return, but we still need to manage them. And unfortunately, or the way that it works, is that the companies that are that show more difficulties are the ones that we need to spend more money trying to help them, which actually is not really what we should be doing. And that's like, wow, what are you saying? You should be helping us if we have difficulties. The idea is that we should be only focusing on the ones that we think are going to go really, really well. The reality, and for us as a fund based in Spain, is that we do spend a lot of time, even with the companies that have difficulties, because we believe that we can oftentimes, turn them around and get at least some return. So, and then what we should be, and we're increasingly trying to focus more time on, is on managing the exits. The exiting of a company is really tough nowadays, and it's something that we need to think about, probably even from the time that we invest. Who might we be able to sell this company to, and is the company well equipped to be able to find and identify the right partners or contacts to be able to generate those relationships that will get them to a successful exit. And then there's a lot of internal work that we do, and work on recruiting and getting the best people, and doing research and building our own investment thesis around different themes. And it's getting more complicated because tech really evolves very, very fast. But so we do a lot of things. Tips for you, and really investment criteria. So when you come and talk to a VC, what are we looking for? So this is really the main things that we look for. Most important thing is the team. Even though we don't invest at the pre-seed level, we still invest in what we call early stage, and it's still very, very early. So the one variable that we know correlates best with performance is really the quality of the team. One thing that we're seeing right now is that the quality of the teams is increasing exponentially. I mean, it used to be maybe 5-6 years ago, maybe some of the founders they didn't really know how to address VCs, they didn't know how to scale, how to find talent. Nowadays, with access to information and with all of the different entrepreneurs who have been successful that you as an entrepreneur be in touch with, it's easier for teams to come and see us to show that they know, who they're talking to and what they need to do. But at the same time, that's still to this day is the quality of the team that makes it or breaks that company. And also, how many of you have already started companies? Well, so it's never the trend line is never like this or never like this. It's always, you'll have highs maybe when you raise the round, you'll have lows when you lose a contract, or when one of your key employees leaves. So the quality of the founders and their ability to attract good talent and to go through those tough times is really what we look for. We like international teams. It doesn't need to be, you don't need to have someone who's not Spaniard in the team, not at all, but it's important for us to understand that you may be a good founder for our stage, but after we invest, you're going to be talking to, I didn't really go in a lot of detail about all the different funds, but after we invest, you probably are going to be talking to a fund outside of Spain to lead you around. So if you don't have that international background, or you don't feel very comfortable speaking with, in that setting, then that's a red flag for us, because we need to make sure that we're backing you now and that you're someone that will be able to raise money in the future. And then, not to go through all the bullets, but really the most important thing beyond that is for you to be able to attract great talent. I think nowadays the fight for talent is huge, and if you're not a founder that you think you're going to be able to have people working with you, then it's going to be a problem. Also, it's very important to have some balance in the founding team. We don't like necessarily solo founders. If it's only you, single founder, it's going to be very tough. So if you can find a co-founder that balances your skills, if you're very technical, maybe you want to find a co-founder that is more commercially driven, that's a very good combination. Also, we don't like teams where it's like, we're 5 co-founders. Why don't we like that? Because if you're 5, you're not going to be, all the 5 of you are not going to be equally involved in the company. That doesn't happen. And then your percentage of the company is also going to be much more diluted, because you'll have to divide, whatever it is that you have as a founder, divide by 5. And our goal is to have you as much incentivized in seeing this to the very end as we do. So we want you to have a big ownership. I'm going to go a little bit quicker. Product. This is insanely difficult, but it's really what we look for as well. It's also understand that VCs, we don't really know much. We're never going to know as much as you do about your product. If we do, then we're likely not going to invest. So you need to convince the VC. I mean, I'm saying we don't know anything. We know something. We have an investment thesis of why we want to invest in the category, and we make sure we have teams and we do our research. But we need to make sure, you need to convince us that your product is not only a good product, it's really the 10x. It's really going to be much, much better than the competition. And you may not think it is that way, but in the end, it needs to be very, very good, because right now, competition is global. We look at AI teams. Everybody all around the world is trying to solve the same pain. Everything is so it's very difficult to distinguish. If we don't think that your product is going to be unique and very, very much better, the 10x that we look for, then it's going to be more difficult. obviously it needs to scale and everything else, but in itself, the product and the service that you're selling needs to be, substantially better than what's in the market. The market needs to be very big. Normally, this is like a check because you're all, looking at problems that are big problems, and you have the solution. But also understanding how you're going to bring that product to the market. Are you going to be doing it direct sales? Are you going to partnership with others? That go-to-market strategy, even if it's early, you need to, have that figured out. Which comes to the business model. Sometimes when we were starting in, or the internet, or even today, in many ways, some of these AI companies, if the business model is not there, you will be able to fund the company up to a level, but at the end of the day, you'll need to know how you're going to make money and what your margins are going to be. Think about those unit economics and think about that at the end of the day, we're going to have to sell your business and get a return. So it's important that you have that in mind. And the deal structure, this is a little bit more technical, but my advice here is everything has been written about, ask around. If you're raising money, you probably know people that have raised. Think about, talk to them, what were the terms, what is standard, what is not. Everything in this industry is very standard. It's very difficult that a VC is going to, put a clause that no one else has seen, because we all want to make things as standard as possible, because you're going to be raising another round, and then whoever comes next wants to see that everything is like standard practice. So that is not too much of a problem. Okay, so some tips. Don't come and see a VC until you absolutely have to. Try and do as much as you can with your own resources or friends and family. We want to see as much traction, and it will help you in terms of reaching a good valuation of the business, and also showing that you've committed your time, but if you can, also your money before we do into the business. So try and delay that as much as possible. And think hard. Do you need to go to a VC? Because why do you need to go to a VC? Because you want to scale the business. We're only here to fund businesses that can really scale a lot. If you have a business that doesn't have those dynamics, we're not the source of capital for you. You probably don't need it. And if you come and see a VC, you're going to give a piece of your company away. Eventually, you're going to lose control. So you also need to think about, is it something that you need? Is the ambition that you have that big that you need that money? If it is, great, but maybe it isn't. And it doesn't matter, it's not every business needs to be VC funded. Maybe that's the conclusion. Think hard about why you, and we ask this to founders. Okay, you have this project. We've seen 3 or 4 teams like you. Why you? And this may seem like, but some founders don't really, they don't really know how to answer. So think about why you, the 10x factor. The worst thing that can happen is that if we feel we know more about the industry than you do, so we like founders that are obsessed about their industry and that have that wealth of knowledge. So make sure that you come very well prepared. This is very hard. So maybe it's not the right time for you. Maybe you're going through a family situation. Right now, I don't know if you've heard the term 996. So people in San Francisco, in the Bay Area, they're working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. And you think about, oh, wow, that's incredible. It's happening there. It's going to happen to you, too. If you are starting a company, you're going to be working constantly, and you will ask the same of your team. So maybe, think about whether that's something that you want to embrace, or if the family is okay with you doing that. Make it attractive for others to join you. I think you won't be able to do this with an okay team. Even if you think you're a 10, You need to surround yourself with 10 or more. So, are you someone who people will want to work with? That's for me something that I think about when I meet a founder. Will people want to work with this person? And also, if you have examples of people that have worked with you in the past and you've been able to get them to leave their jobs and start that thing with you, that's a great sign. Be paranoid. I think the best founders are the ones, we had a meeting yesterday with the team. They were good, and we were asking them about competition. It's like, no, we haven't seen anybody do the same thing as we were the only ones. That for me is like, that could be, but it's probably very unlikely. So the best founders are the ones who are always, thinking that someone else is going to beat them, and they're a little bit paranoid. So think about it. Is that you? Do you want to get into that race? Because that's going to be what starting a company is for. And also be ready to listen. I think some of the not so good founders are the ones who think also because that they know everything. And you don't know what you don't know. So that's also trying to be humble and surround yourself with good people. That would be, I think the best advice that I'm here to tell you. And thank you for your time. I'm here if you want to, or if you have an idea or anything that you want to share. I hope it was a little bit useful.
Is there maybe time for questions?
Really quick.
Okay.
Quick question. It's about don't come too early, take as much time as possible before asking for money. Isn't this in the other direction of being 10 times better? Because if I scale fast, I should come first minute, or why not?
Yeah, but maybe if you come and see us and you haven't really worked on the idea as much, come and talk to a VC. Do as much as you can with the money that you have. That means that when you come and talk to a VC, you're going to have maybe a product that already has, you've piloted it with a client, or you have some traction. Maybe to get there, you don't need that initial money. That's something that you can get with relatively, small amount of capital. If you're able to provide that yourself from the beginning, I think that puts you in a very good position to first not have given away any percentage of your company to an incubator or to a pre-seed fund, and to have something to show, and then be able to justify that round with more validation. But obviously come when you know that you need the money to scale. But that initial stage of funding, sometimes you can, and nowadays since teams don't need to be as large to start companies, I think if you can do it yourself, that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. And thank you for inviting me. And I'm really grateful because my background is also in education. I spent many years at university working, researching. And I think that we are living one of the most exciting moments in life in terms of education, because if there is one area that is more impacted by AI, it's education. I have 4 kids. I see them, one of them is at university, the others are at schools. And I see that this is a revolution. And we need to be there. So that's why I'm so proud of being here. And after listening to Sonia, I just want to, let's say, leave everything and come and found another startup and come to the ecosystem very quickly and take advantage of all that we are seeing, because I think it's a great moment for innovation. It's a great moment for changing. It's a great moment for adopting AI. And it's a great moment to change the world. So thank you very much for being here. You are the ones that are driving this change, and we are here to support you. As my colleague Eduardo was telling you before, he showed what Microsoft can do with small startups that are starting at the ecosystem. And I'm going to give you a little bit of more overview on how our company is working with a startup from all the sizes and all the moments of the life. Because the need that a startup has when they are starting and they are asking for these first and family rounds is different from the ones that have raised already 15 million and they are struggling with a much more difficult or complex issue in order to scale, to grow the market, to be sold, so these kind of things. So what we have done in Microsoft is we have separated the startup into, let's say, 4 tracks. Early stage startup, that was the ones that Eduardo is mainly focused on, so the ones that are starting, that wants to have credit, financial rounds, that want to find the product market fit and are evolving very quickly. Then we are focusing on the scaling, which is the emerging high growth startups, so those ones that are in Series A, Series B. They have already found a model that works. They have started going to the market, finding customers and developing very fast too, but they need a different kind of help. So we are, at that moment, we call them scaling because we help them accelerate in different ways. And then we have the ones that are at scale. So they are like already market leading, established companies that have already gained track, have demonstrated that they have the leadership, but they need to grow and to, let's say, become bigger and further. And finally, well, the strategic ones that are like big partners that are not anymore startups. So let's say that at Microsoft, we, especially and digital natives, so at least the area that I lead, we are focusing on these, let's say, middle companies that are between scaling and emerging high growth companies. What we are finding here is that we have different models. Usually B2B, B2B2C are the models that are the companies that we are working with in a more frequent way. We have companies that are working on the SaaS ecosystem. Commercial software are companies that are working on AI, computer storage, network, database, analytics, so let's say very technical companies. But we also have companies in different industries. That's the beauty of the business that I lead, because at the end of the day, I work tomorrow with education, or today with InsurTech, then we come to healthcare, and we see lots of different things and innovation across the different areas. We have a concept that we call rooms of the house, which means that we have different rooms. One can be marketing, one can be technology, one can be finance, and innovation is happening everywhere. There are startups everywhere, and we need to pay attention to all these kind of changes that are happening in all the rooms of the house. So we have also industry vertical specialized startups, and we are seeing also that this is a big trend, when, especially when focusing on AI, because data are super important, and now we need to build things that are different, that are not just big models or big innovation in terms of infrastructure, in terms of technology, but we also need to build things that make sense for the industry, that cover the specific industry needs, and the ones that better know the fields is the people that are working in that field. And for those, data are super important. So that's what we are seeing, a big trend in kind of super specialized, verticalized startups like DNA, healthcare innovation, these kind of things that are now growing, because we see that big models and big, let's say, ChatGPT-based companies are great, but not super specialized in these kind of fields. So what we see is that there are core differentiation from other businesses. So we have software foundational companies. We have developer-led companies. We see that there is a strong tech motivation in these kind of companies. There are a lot of developers in these companies if we compare with a traditional SME or even with a big enterprise. So the high-tech level is very common in these kind of startups, and also the high-tech maturity. So what we are seeing is that those are the companies that are really challenging us on a daily basis. They are testing every single model that is coming out on OpenAI and being available in Azure. They are trying to do different things that are even not available here in Europe, and we need to ask for permission and escalate. So it's a very dynamic ecosystem where we are at the peak of innovation, and what we are doing is trying to help this startup to grow faster in technology. So what do we do in Microsoft? So we try to help with specialized technical support, and I will be deep in dive here in this point. We can also invest. We have a VC, M12, and we also have some corporates, let's say, sponsor investment, but this is not the best thing that we do. For those kind of things, we have VCs that are much better than us in terms of helping startups scale with money. And we have also a very strong part in key GTM, go-to-market, and co-sell help. Why? Because when these companies want to scale, it's difficult. And especially, as Sonia mentioned, we need international teams, contacts, and the world is very complex. It's not the same launching a company here in Europe, where everything is super heavily regulated, than in the United States, that rules are different. But even in Europe, it's very different to launch a company in France and launching it in Spain, because the culture is different, the barriers are different, and you need to know a lot of things. So let's go first to technology part, because I think that's very, very relevant. So in this kind of companies, what do we offer as Microsoft? We are helping, as a tech company, to provide the best technology for these companies to scale. And we are focused on 3 areas. The first thing is developer-friendly platform. So we have worked a lot, and especially since the beginning of AI, in terms of simplifying the developer experience and make the life of developers easier. We are also fastest on-ramp to AI innovation. As you know, this is the moment of AI. We are at the peak of AI. We are investing a huge amount of money in AI, and we have the best of the best. And the third thing is we are the most valuable GTM partner. So we help these companies go to market in a faster and quicker way. And how we do all these 3? So the first thing is development. So as you know, we have all the AI models applied to languages, and code is a language. So we launched GitHub Copilots when GenAI started to boom. And now we have the best technology software for developers in order to increase productivity, to work on the end-to-end development cycle, and to make the most of the daily work. If you haven't tried it yet, do it. Because even for a person that is not keen on coding or is not very good at coding, it's super simple to work on the development side today and to fix things and to learn in a very quick way. We've seen increases in terms of developers' productivity of more than 60%, which is a lot. It's a huge impact on the development lifecycle, and we are changing and adding new functionalities every day. Now it's possible to have an agent we can speak in natural language and make it coding as the best of the coders that we had before. Of course, you need to know a little bit of the basics, but it's much easier to enter into this ecosystem, and especially when you are not coming from the technical environment. So, as I told you, we have 46% faster task completion, improvement quality code, and the changes reviewed merged 45% faster. And something that is not here, but will be mentioned also in the session today, is that everything is with security guaranteed, with all the security, regulatory, and compliance stuff that is required for launching a company in this developing ecosystem. Okay, that's one. The second one that I mentioned is about AI. Everyone is talking about AI. AI is everywhere, and we are a little bit upset of Gen AI and AI. But the truth is that we were the first company that did a partnership with OpenAI, and now we are able to launch every single model that OpenAI is launching at the same time that they do. This morning I was reading, we have GPT-5 Pro, we have the last reasoning models, we have the sounds and the real-time voice model already available in Azure. And those are something that, well, people heard and are not so familiar with, but the very truth of the story is that we have 11,000 models in Azure. 11,000 is a lot. If I tell you that 6 months ago we had 7,000, the difference is huge. We don't only have OpenAI, we have Hugging Face models, we have Meta models, we have Cohere models, we have everything that is coming out of the market, integrated in our platform, tested in our platform. Just with one click, you are able to compare the models, to test it with your data, to build agents on top of your data, and to try and use everything that is available on top in the market. And that saves you a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of, let's say, experimentation and go and fail. So the best thing I can tell you is go and try, because this is huge and amazing. And from outside, you can see that there is a lot happening on AI. I can tell you that from inside of the company, it's incredible. Every day something is happening, which is really great for the people that are like me, that really like the innovation and this kind of speed. But sometimes it's frightening for the people that are outside, because it's not only about models. We have all these models in Azure AI services, but we have also AI tools, we have data platform, we have infrastructure, we have architecture, we have connectors. A couple of days ago, we launched our model protocol framework for creating agents in AI, and we have also this trust layer for security and for all these guarantees. But this is very complex. I can understand that you might feel overwhelmed by seeing this kind of amount of things without being a specialist in this part. And that's why our team is here. So we are not just opening the door and ready for spending on Azure because you don't know how to start. It's very difficult. What my team is doing is going with you, partnering with you as a startup, and trying to help you to understand what's the business need. What do you want to help? Which is the shortest way to arrive there? Which is the data that you have? And how we can build together something that can really go fast and have the best technology in the market. That's what we are working in a partnership model that brings a startup from the beginning and accompanies them from the beginning to the end, giving the help that they need in every moment. At the moment of scaling, they need technical support, help, making sure that the infrastructure is reliable, that we can replicate the structure, that we are secure, that we are using the best technology, that we can implement AI agents, and that we are using the right data in the right platform in order to guarantee scalability. That's what my team is doing across all EMEA teams. And if somebody of my team is not expert in that, we can bring an expert in healthcare that has really worked with this kind of ecosystem, or an expert in EdTech that has seen already several use cases and knows really what's working in the market and what's not. And that's the value that we are bringing to you, because our interest, if you build on top of our platform, is that you scale, the faster, the better. Okay, the third thing is the go-to-market and how to help you to scale and to co-sell in this huge market that is global, that is very complex. We have something that is called Azure Marketplace, which is like kind of Apple Store for Microsoft software and tools, where we distribute third-party solutions. That means that we are deploying AI apps and agents that are built on our platform and want to be distributed across all the world. We are also have a comprehensive catalog across the different cloud industry solutions, and we are accompanying this process from, let's say, incubation to deployment. When a company has a product that wants to be distributed, for example, for our financial customer or for our insurance customer, we open up the possibility of bringing as part of our ecosystem, so compliance process gets reduced, so we can allow our sellers to distribute the product too, and we can make it accessible in all different geographies and adjust to the requirements that are needed. And we also have a special program to getting a fast track into this. We have people that are really helping to launch this kind of facilities. Here we have a way to activate the ecosystem, especially if we are working with AI, to accelerate the journey and to increase the scale and the impact. So again, this is something for which companies that are starting at small, let's say, levels come to us and say, hey, I want to grow faster, I want to sell my product in the United States, and I want to open up a market in the South America, and I don't have enough contacts, and I don't have relationship there. Can you help me? And this is something that we are also doing. So as you can see, this is a never-ending travel where every month everything is changing because startups are moving from one program to the other, and one of the things that we are working in a constant way is, Eduardo and myself, we talk a lot, almost on a weekly basis, to see how the companies are evolving and in which moment they are mature enough to be moved to my team in order to give this kind of technical support, scalability, go-to-market help, or specific needs that they might have. So we live in an ecosystem that it's also adjusting to the startup ecosystem, very linked to this, let's say, ladder that Sonia was showing before, and really excited about the trip that our customers are doing. We are proud to see customers like Mistral that was born on Azure, let's say, 4 years ago, and now it's kind of one of the top startups that it's in my portfolio in France. But we are seeing lots of things. Some of them are smaller, some of them are bigger, but everyone is playing a big role, and we are super proud of being part of this role. And companies like Microsoft that were, like, say, 5 years ago, very focused on the enterprise world, are really now looking at the startup world as a world like inspiration, innovation, and really to make the change in this ecosystem where everything is driven by AI. And education is one of the first areas where things are happening. So I encourage you to learn more about us, to be, let's say, helped by us, and to partner together, because technology is growing so fast that we cannot go alone. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Elena. Okay, so now we have the coffee break. We are running a little bit behind the schedule. So we'll be coming back at 11:45, okay, in half an hour. Please be punctual, because we'll be starting sharp at that time, not to be running farther on later on the schedule, okay? So if you walk straight down the hall over in that direction, you'll find the coffee area, and the restrooms are also nearby. See you in half an hour. Thanks. Okay, welcome back then. First of all, something about logistics. So some people ask about the Wi-Fi network. So you can connect to this network, to Microsoft Guest, and using that password, EdTech Microsoft. So perhaps if you want to take a picture of it, and if you need Wi-Fi. Okay, so I'm gonna go quickly over the agenda that we have left before before lunch. Okay, so first is going to be my presentation with an EdTech overview. I'm going to try to make it go a bit because we're behind the schedule. Then we're going to have the experiences of 3 established EdTechs, Analyticus, Founders, and Turing Dream. And then we'll have Raul from Elco Partners, who is going to tell us about the go-to-market for EdTechs. Okay, so we've been talking in the previous sessions about the importance of AI nowadays and how AI has become something that it's almost now a commodity for everyone, and now it's so accessible with generative AI. And Paco was talking at the beginning about the capacity gap in AI, and he was specifically talking about how usually workers, educational workers, teachers, especially, they overloaded with all the work they need to do, and on the other hand, education leaders want them to be more productive. So there's a capacity gap that could be filled by AI, but there are also more gaps. So one of them, for instance, is the technological gap. So technology is increasing in complexity and availability exponentially, while organizations change more slowly, change at a more logarithmic rate. So there is a gap in the way organizations can adopt technology. And of course, artificial intelligence can help in that gap because it can make technology more accessible for these organizations. And there's also a gap for helping in AI adoption, because what we see is that most people are already using artificial intelligence in their work lives, but most institutions don't have that artificial intelligence brought to users. So when we see that same survey taken to education institutions, we see that leaders, of course, want people to use artificial intelligence, but reality is that students or teachers are not using so much artificial intelligence within the institution. So outside the institution or with other tools they are doing, but with tools of the institution, there's still a low number of people that are doing so. So there is a gap also, a possibility for EdTechs to fill that gap to help academic institutions in the use of artificial intelligence. Well, and EdTechs, we'll be talking about some examples later on: PowerSchool, Pearson, Prodigy, Anthology. And well, issues that are the EdTechs are facing. One of them, of course, is adopting artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, the pressure for funding. Well, we've been having the speech from Sonia from Kibo Ventures. Scalability and usability, skilling, how to skill their users on the EdTech technology. And of course, also customization and support, how EdTechs adapt their products to different markets, different countries, different languages, and how they are able to support their customers worldwide. And some key considerations also for EdTechs in order to adopt artificial intelligence is, well, artificial intelligence for what? For which processes? For which target of people? So is it targeted to school administrators or university administrators? Is it targeted for teachers? Is it targeted for students? Or is it targeted, and we'll see an example, not even for academic institutions? So there can be cases of EdTechs that work with enterprise companies for teaching and learning within the enterprise sector. So it doesn't have necessarily to be our customers' education institutions. So there are a few considerations to be thought about. Also, which data we're going to manage. Is it going to be customer data that we need to, apply all the security controls, GDPR and so on this data? So we need to take all these questions into consideration. And regarding the safe use of data and artificial intelligence, when we from Microsoft offer artificial intelligence to our customers, we ensure that their data is not being used outside their tenants, is not being used to train the foundational models of artificial intelligence. This is very important to ensure our customers that their private data is not coming outside their organization. So nobody, posting a document into the artificial intelligence system of Microsoft that they are using, that for any reason that information is coming outside the organization. So we are preserving data within their tenants, and we are not training the base models of artificial intelligence. So any let's say, sub-training that is done of that model stays within the customer tenant. So it's not going to train the base models. This is very important, and this is also a consideration to be taken by EdTechs to work in the same way with the customers, so to ensure that their information remains private and remains secure. And also how to apply a governance of artificial intelligence. So take all these principles into consideration, take the different AI standards into consideration, take into consideration the tools that are going to be used for the developing artificial intelligence in an ethical way, and also how to monitor the use of artificial intelligence. And why co-selling, why selling together with Microsoft? So selling together with Microsoft, it's not only, and as you know, as Elena and Eduardo have been presenting, using of course, our platform together, working together with us, it's also working in selling together with Microsoft. And we have good examples. I can see Miguel here, that we work together, for instance, in the local market to help introduce his EdTech into universities here and to educational institutions. So there are 200 million users of Microsoft technology in education worldwide. There is a network of 35,000 sellers of Microsoft that can help co-sell together with the EdTech technology in different institutions. And Microsoft is certifying millions of people in skills every year. And this is also an opportunity for EdTechs to go together into this skilling initiative, and we'll see an example later on, and to develop also an EdTech around the area of skilling itself, not a product that does something, but around the skilling. So that's an opportunity. There is an opportunity there as well. And I'm going to go with the first example. It's PowerSchool. PowerSchool is the owner of a K-12 LMS called Schoology. And what they've done is they've incorporated AI together with Schoology, and they develop an assistant. And this assistant is working with the students to help them to make the content more accessible for them. It's helping teachers to create content on top of the content that is already in the LMS in Schoology. Also to generate assessments, evaluations, exams for students. It's also helping the communication with the parents, and it's also helping administrators of the school with the right information at the right moment, okay? So let's see a video of an example of, they have 50 million users around the world, and we're gonna see the example of a school in Thailand. And later on, I will comment what are the key factors that these people have seen, and they comment so in the video.
At Madrid, new technology is something that we're interested in because we want to prepare the students for the future. AI is definitely important for teachers and students to learn, so finding the right tools to teach them about AI is very important. PowerBuddy, made by PowerSchool, is a very powerful tool. It's designed for students as a personalized AI assistant. It is tied into Schoology, which is the LMS that we use. What got me excited was that it had a chatbot limited to what the students were learning. If you get off course, it brought you back to where you should be. For the teacher side, PowerBuddy can help generate lessons, assignments, assessments, and it was really quick.
We did a survey of over 100 teachers. 98% of them says it saves them a lot of time in making assignments and lesson plans.
Okay, now you can type the question that you want to know about today. If you want to know the answer, you will click PowerBuddy. Yes, click PowerBuddy. ครั้งแรกที่ได้ใช้ PowerBuddy รู้สึกประหลาดใจแล้วก็แบบเซอร์ไพรส์มากในกรณีที่สร้างแบบฝึกหัดให้เด็กโดยที่คุณครูเป็นตัวสร้างขึ้นมาเองจะใช้เวลาประมาณ1ชั่วโมงแต่ถ้าเราใช้ PowerBuddy เป็นตัวช่วยในการสร้างจะใช้เวลาแค่ประมาณ5นาทีค่ะตัว PowerBuddy มันทำให้คุณครูกับเด็กรู้สึกแฮปปี้แล้วก็มีความสุขมากขึ้นเพราะว่าเด็กๆก็ไม่ต้องมารอให้คุณครูอธิบายเนื้อหาให้เขาสามารถเรียนรู้ด้วยตัวเองได้แล้วเขาก็รู้สึกภาคภูมิใจในสิ่งที่เขาหาด้วยตัวเอง
PowerBuddy is built on Microsoft Azure OpenAI service. They are making sure that it's secure, is safe, and is stable. And having the right data behind it can help the students learn more. The teachers and students are having fun with it, and they're exploring new things. AI is very important for the future, and we don't want anyone, especially our students and teachers, to miss that opportunity.
So you saw what was relevant for them. I think it was relevant for them that the content that the student was seeing was the content that was in their LMS. So it's not something from outside. So any generated content is based on their own information. And also it doesn't let the student get off the course. So it's not a generic artificial intelligence that the student can ask about anything and can get distracted. So everything gets everything they do, they get them back to the course. And also you saw from an administrative point of view, well, they want a solution that is available even if they are in Thailand. So, and this is also, I think, important for a startup. You know, you develop something and you want it to be available worldwide, whether it is in Asia, in Africa, or in Latin America, and with availability, scalability, and reliability. And also, they found that this was also secure for them, a secure artificial intelligence that they could use. Next example is something similar, but it's for higher education. It's a company called Anthology. They are the owners now of Blackboard. Blackboard is one of the most popular LMSs in higher education. You probably heard of Moodle or other LMSs like Moodle or Canvas. Well, Blackboard is one of the most deployed around the world. And they developed also an assistant, but in this case it's for teachers to help the teachers make their content more in a, let's say, more attractive format for students, help them generate rubrics, help them generate exams. And we'll see how they are also very sensitive about the ethical mechanisms and the responsible mechanisms in artificial intelligence. So, and this, we're going to see an example in the University of Leeds in the UK. And we're going to see the video.
The University of Leeds prides itself on being an innovator and a sector leader, particularly in the field of digital education. It's important to me to help improve the student experience. When Anthology worked with Microsoft to add AI functions to Blackboard Learn Ultra, we'd already had a role in the research and development, and we knew that it met our needs here at the university.
Anthology and Microsoft have been working together over a decade to deliver integrated solutions that respond to the needs of higher education. And their responsible AI principles are very similar to our own in the sense of reliability, safety, privacy, inclusiveness, and more.
Blackboard Learn Ultra's AI design assistant has taken a task which might have taken me a full day down to a few minutes. It has given me more time in the classroom with my students and to give them the experience that I would like them to have. the AI design assistant has been able to allow me to create new types and styles of assessment. So what I've been doing is taking the visuals from the image generator and creating whole new types of assessments with that, which then turns it into a graphic novel. Students really enjoy the modules with that AI image design.
The AI design assistant is a great example of how we can embed artificial intelligence within a product. It doesn't necessarily stand out, it's just another feature. What it can do already is incredible, but the potential it has for what AI can achieve in the field of higher education is just really exciting.
And this is another example of another company. And as I was saying before, it doesn't have for EdTechs to have their customers be education institutions. So in this case, Pearson VUE is one of the most important Microsoft certifiers. They also certify people around other technologies. And so they work with companies, with professionals in the job market to certify them in Microsoft technologies. And now they are taking advantage of the skill gap that is in artificial intelligence. The survey that was mentioned by Paco before, the World Trend Index, showed that 66% of leaders wouldn't hire somebody if he or she doesn't have artificial intelligence skills. We also can see other studies, for instance, from LinkedIn, showing that now artificial intelligence is the most demanded skill above all other skills for a job position. And so they develop, Pearson VUE has developed a specific course for artificial intelligence, for generative artificial intelligence for the job market. And they are also very concerned about security because they manage a lot of people data. They have a reputation for issuing the certifications, and they have to ensure that they are certifying the person that is supposed to that has identified himself or herself as to be so. So they have to take care of all that data, and they are relying on Microsoft security itself in the products that Microsoft has for securing companies to secure their own environment. And we're going to see that in the next video.
What we do has a direct impact on people's future goals and aspirations. There's just no room for error or security breaches. The stakes are just too high for too many people. Pearson VUE is part of Pearson, the largest education company in the world. We provide essential credentials in every industry, from dermatology to driving, from real estate to risk management, and everything in between. We deliver tens of millions of exams each year.
We need to make sure that we can guarantee fairness for people taking exams and limit cheating, limit people trying to steal content. We also want to protect candidate data from personally identifiable information to payment information and exam results.
Test sponsors come to us because they know that their test can be in a secure environment. Partnering with Microsoft and using their solutions is a big part of delivering that high-stakes exam.
Our challenge previously has been having a diaspora of different sources of data and making sense of them, because we had a variety of different tools and they didn't play nicely with each other. When COVID started, we faced a trifecta of changes in the industry. The first one, the emergence of more aggressive threats. The second one, the shift from on-premise hosting to cloud. And the third one was obviously COVID, where people have been working from home more than ever before. We wanted to make sure that we can provide threat monitoring and coverage in our environment, because we are multi-cloud. By utilizing Microsoft, we have been able to achieve that. A major functionality that we really like is the fact that we can consume billions of records on a monthly basis and make quick sense out of them through the analytic rules that come with Sentinel, and really get that visibility that has been problematic for us previously. We are able to have relatively low noise ratio on the alerts that are being generated, which allows us to have a relatively small team of people that provides the monitoring services. We see our engagement with Microsoft as a journey that will evolve.
Testing is one of the most stressful experiences in a person's life, right? Pearson VUE is a unique company in that we see how licensure and certifications can change people's lives. Partnering with Microsoft has helped Pearson VUE lead the industry in delivering high-stakes exam. It helps people get the jobs and goals that they want to reach in their life.
And my last example is going to be a company that saw an opportunity in training younger students in artificial intelligence. So they thought, okay, we need to gamify the learning. And they thought about partnering with Microsoft, relying on one of the most popular games around the world, which is part of Microsoft, is Minecraft. And the fact that Minecraft comes with many educational licenses together with the Microsoft Education Edition, and is already deployed in 40,000 schools around the world. So they developed a training course on artificial intelligence that runs on our cloud, on Azure, but is deployed through Minecraft. Let's see a video from them. They explain the different parts of the course.
AI Ready Skills is a full credentials and curriculum pathway. It begins with the introduction to AI Credential. Here, students will learn what artificial intelligence is and is not, including the types of AI. They will learn about the history of AI and how problems are solved using artificial intelligence. At the end of the unit, the students will earn their Introduction to AI Credential certificate.
We are running out of time. I'm going to skip the video, but you saw another example of how to partner with Microsoft, relying on Microsoft technology and how it is already deployed in many schools, in many customers, to take advantage of that to build a product, a service on top of it. There are more examples of successful EdTechs that you could take, even more than these ones, but I just chose some of the, let's say, perhaps more popular, and but you can find many more, and we'll see later on 3 examples of 3 successful EdTechs as well. And as Elena and Eduardo mentioned before, EdTechs can rely on Microsoft technology in different ways. So it can be to deploy their workload servers, databases, or so on Azure. It can be using AI models from Microsoft. It could be integrating with different Microsoft products, as we saw with Minecraft. It could be with other different types of products. Even using, there is a software development kit for immersive learning, immersive reader that can be incorporated to products to make them more inclusive. And well, different parts of the platform, and I don't want to go into much detail, that can be used to partner with Microsoft. Elena mentioned before the marketplace. The marketplace is a way to publish the different applications in an Azure, in a Microsoft marketplace. And this is convenient for not only for EdTechs, because they have a known place where they can sell their applications, but also it's convenient for customers, because it is not somebody that is not in their procurement systems invoicing them. It's actually Microsoft invoicing them. So it's a known company for them that is already invoicing them, that is taking the invoice, and also provides them more reliability and consistency on that purchase. So that's also another possibility to profit from Microsoft Marketplace. Well, thank you, and let me introduce you to Miguel from Analyticus, which is going to be the first of our EdTech representatives to talk about his experience. Welcome, Miguel. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, appreciate it. I think I have this one, okay, but I guess I need this. Yes. All right, let me see if this works. All right. Okay, perfect. Thank you, everyone. My name is Miguel Molina, and over the next 15 minutes or so, I'll be sharing a little bit of our experience. We just turned, in the summer of 2025, we just turned 10 years. So I'll try to share with you some of the key lessons that we've learned over the last 10 years. So before I start, let me see if this is sinking. Yeah, before I start, I want to share with you a little bit of what we do. And I think that's going to help you relate to the lessons that I'm going to be sharing. The best way to explain what we do is by explaining our superpower. We only do one thing, and I believe we're great at it. We provide advanced analytic solutions to higher education institutions. That's it. That's what we do. To give you additional background, we try to solve 4 headaches for higher education institutions: admissions, retention, employability, and learning. We decided about 8 years ago to rely our technology on Microsoft. So we're a full stack on Microsoft. Our business model is B2B. So as you probably already know, this is one of the slowest decision-making industries in the world. Higher education institutions take forever to innovate, to decide. Budgets are quite fixed, so there's not a lot of discretionality. And this defines already how EdTechs that go after a B2B market in higher education behave. Very rarely you're going to see a hockey stick in our business model. No? It's really hard to grow really fast with this type of environment. And again, not every higher education institution is our customer. They need to have, in our case, they need to have a certain data maturity. Think about data management, think about data governance and data analytics. Plus, they need to have a certain volume of students. Plus, they need to have the budget. So this defines a little bit where we come from, and this gives you also some ideas of the lessons that I'm going to share with you. So since we turned 10, I thought that it was quite fitting to share 10 lessons. But before I start sharing those 10 lessons, there's a disclaimer. These lessons are based on my personal experience, our company's personal experience. Not everything is going to work for you guys. Different business models might require a different approach. Some might be controversial, so use the last line. Take what resonates, adapt what works, and whatever doesn't work, just ignore it. Okay, you ready? So first lesson, fundraising. Try to run away from fundraising at the very beginning of your journey. It's going to take tons of energy. You're going to lose the focus from, given that you're a small team, you're going to lose the focus from what actually gets you momentum. You're the leader, you're the one that is selling, you're the one that is building. And fundraising takes tons of energy. So if I were to give you one advice, it would be focus on getting traction. That's it. The key word that investors want to listen to is, this is my traction. I already have X amount of customers, I already have this momentum. I know this is a little bit of a paradox, because once you have traction, you're not going to rely on capital as you were needing at the very beginning. But regardless, try to push as much as you can fundraising, any fundraising effort. Again, this is based on my experience. Second lesson, do you remember this idea that we all saw about Hewlett-Packard building in a garage, or Microsoft, no? Bill Gates putting everything together in a garage? Forget about it. Don't build for your customer, build with your customer. So the idea here is try to co-create with the guy that has the pain and figure out different approaches to this. In our case, we've explored, for instance, co-investing with the customer and be transparent with the customer. Co-invest with the customer and say, hey, I'm going to use you as a guinea pig. Let's try to put this product together. You'll keep the IP, and then I'll try to sell it outside. Or we'll go and share the royalties once we can scale this. But try to be as close with your customer as you can. Products, once you run into the customer, are going to have a different phase than whatever product you're trying to design in a garage or in a lab. Third lesson, market expansion. So we were founded out of Miami. And as you probably know, Miami is the closest Latin American city to the US. So Latin America was our market. Spain was even a more natural market. But for about 5 years or so, we tried to penetrate the US market. We invested tons of money. We hired a high caliber executive because it was an American guy that knew the market, was experienced, he made all the sense of the world. We had very little to show for that investment. So push that 5 years into the future, we decided, forget about the US. We're not cracking this code. And we decided to figure out a different approach. We're going indirectly into the US. So instead of knocking on doors, trying to go directly with universities or higher education institutions, now we sign an exclusivity for the North American market to a company called CampusWorks. And basically, they already have feet on the ground. They already have tons of universities that are part of their installed database, and they are the ones selling under their brand our solutions. So figure out how the market works and what you need to penetrate that market. It took us a lot of money and a lot of time. Partnerships. If I go to my computer now, there are more collaboration agreements that I would like to have. Lots of good intentions. For us, the reselling mode doesn't work. We've tried it over and over. There's a company that wants to resell your services. And they try it, and we try it, but we have very little to show for. You have to figure out a partner that actually complements you. I'm going to make a little bit of fun out of this slide. You need to figure out who's the ketchup for your fries. And it took us a lot of time, and I think CampusWorks, for instance, there's a perfect fit there. We're working with a CRM company. They provide CRM services for higher education, and we provide the advanced analytics that sits on top of that CRM. So that complements the services. So this is another lesson for us. Lesson number 5. This is what one of our board of advisors calls scaffolding. Sit or try to stand on the shoulders of giants. So about 8 years ago, we decided to go full on Microsoft. And even though there might be some advantages in terms of technology, what really adds value to us is the same example as the fries and the ketchup. So Microsoft is in the best interest of selling their cloud, and we're in the best interest of selling our solution. So if those two things are perfectly aligned, then all of a sudden you have a sales team, that I'm going to say it's a sales team, but an influencer team out of Microsoft, pushing your startup to different universities. And this is invaluable for startups when nobody knows you. And to have the endorsement of Microsoft, that helps tons. The other giant that I would mention is, of course, CampusWorks. They are probably about 60 to 70 times larger than we are. Tons of salespeople in the US market. So they already have the market, they already have the sales team. We didn't need to invest, we invested already. We don't have to invest now to reach the final customer. Everybody with me? Okay, we're halfway there. I shared this at the very beginning. This is probably one of the slowest industries to work on, at least in the B2B higher education space. If you're going after this market, you need to prepare not for a sprint, but for a marathon. Everything is going to take longer than you expect. Budgets are going to take longer than you expect. So this patience, it's going to be key for your survival. Lesson number 7, and it is about the team. So you probably, us that we're in the EdTech space, educational space, in order to have a good team, we have a very strong advantage on our side. And you probably heard when Steve Jobs approached the guy that was going to be the CEO of Apple at some point. This guy used to be the CEO for, I don't remember if Coke or Pepsi. And to convince this guy, Steve Jobs told him, hey, we're not going to sell sugary water. We're going to try to change the world. And something that plays on our favor is that we're not only here to make money, but we're also trying to have an impact. And this is important for the team. So it plays on our favor. Something that is also key and that I learned many years ago, it's, by the way, one of the lessons, I didn't put it here, but try to have a board of advisors. I think this is great from the very beginning. So one of the advice that I got from one of our board of advisors many years ago is, when you're going to hire A players. Because if you hire B players, soon enough, they will be hiring C players. And I hope that makes sense. Okay, lesson number 8. I probably pushed the boundaries a little bit with this image. But I'm trying to make a very strong point here. It's better for you to have a co-founder than not to have one. It's just like, if you're going to have a kid, you better have it with someone. Not that you cannot do it alone, but better to have someone. But think of your co-founder, that this relationship is going to be a little bit like your spouse. There are going to be great times, but there are going to be tough times. There are going to be many times where you're not going to agree on the best way forward. And then there are tons of startups that I've seen fail because the co-founders couldn't agree. And that's okay. But as long as you try to manage that with comprehension, respect, and resilience, and just like a marriage, I think that's the way out. So be careful on choosing your co-founder. Some of you might know Naval Reykjavik. He's a famous investor in the US. He always says that there are 3 things that you should be looking for in a co-founder. High intelligence. You want someone to be really smart. High energy. You don't want a co-founder that you need to tell him, hey, get to work. And third thing, you want someone with high integrity. You don't want someone with high energy, high intelligence that is a crook. So focus on those 3 things. Okay, this industry is heavily reliant on references. You could have the best product, but the best question that you're going to get is, who are you working with? And in some markets, like the US, it's not only about who you're working with, because we were going after the US saying, hey, Tech of Monterey has already this and this other university, but who are you working with in this market? So the best marketing tool that you're going to get is references, higher education references. Last one. This is not going to be a straight line. And this is an interesting balance act, because you need to be as strict as possible on that's exactly where we're going, but very flexible to pivot in order to get there. There are tons of pressure points taking place at the same time. Technology is changing overnight. Business models need to change. So you need to be flexible enough to figure this out and keep moving forward. All right. So these are the 10 lessons that I wanted to share with you. Perfect timing, 58 seconds. So my final question for you is, what would your 10 lessons be? And here's my contact information, LinkedIn, QR code if you want to connect. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm the second one then.
There.
Well, actually, yeah, thank you very much. So, well, thank you very much for having us here. Thank you, Manuel. Thank you, La Universidad. Thank you, everyone, for coming. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Pau. I'm from Barcelona, from a small village next to Barcelona. And my goal today is to share, I'd say, quite a bit different from what we just saw, because not only what we learned, but the answer that we've come to the question on how should education look when AI does anything better than humans. So we've been asking ourselves this question for some time now, and we've been working through not only the educational, this is the academic part, but also the technology part. And we've not done it alone. We made the decision shortly after we're born. Our company, I'm, by the way, the co-CEO of Founders, Founders ending with a Z. And we are a 4-year-old company. We had no context in a world where contexts are everything. I couldn't agree more with that. But we made, I'd say, an important decision that eventually became an important win. That was to put all of our eggs into one single basket, which was to sign up for Microsoft for startups platform and space. I usually explain that once we spent a year and a half working on the technology, and we had to basically start building the academic part. I did it myself. I sent 3 emails just to show that we didn't have a strong preference, but someone that could help us. It was Microsoft, and then someone else, and then someone else. So neither Google or Amazon answered, if you are wondering. But Microsoft did, and someone from Microsoft Spain said, "Hey guys, I mean, let's talk." So they explained us the process, so we became a Microsoft partner, and I can say that 4 years after that, we are a happy worldwide AI learning partner for Microsoft, and we've been for the last year, fiscal year, so June to June, one of the few companies that Microsoft has been working on in different pilots. Some of them are already public, but that are shaping our answer, I would say common answer on what should online education or the part that we can do online should look like in the near future. So once we started to ask ourselves, when we target specifically adults that are working with their lives, I have 3 children myself, so each one of us has a different life and different specific set of timings to learn but still AI requires us to unlearn a lot of things and learn a lot of other things. And I usually say that it's very expensive to not use AI today, and I think that's an important remark to share. It's very expensive to not use AI because probably your competitor or your colleague are. So one of the biggest learnings from last year was that the easiest way to train someone, I'm talking now on adults, it could be an educator or the director of a school or any professional, was to move them away from, if they were not interested in doing an actual education program, to move them away from anything that could smell to education. So we started to test different formats. For example, with Microsoft UK, we started something called AI in Action, which was, I could tell, a perfectly academical designed education and training program that would not look like that. So basically, we transformed with our creative team what everything should look like to make sure this was not presented as education at all. So if education is technically boring, we said, why don't we just do the whole recording with a full cinema crew. We hired a drone pilot. So in the end, it was just, again, everything to make sure that when someone would start watching this, it would be because they would be seeing some counterpart, someone they could relate. This was for SMBs, so we would be showing some SMBs. But there was a tricky part. Let me show you, and I'll tell you after that.
When we picture artificial intelligence, we think about self-driving cars and futuristic robots and city skylines with impossible glass towers. We rarely think about places like this. My mission is to show that artificial intelligence isn't just for billion-dollar companies, it's for everyone. Few places prove that better than this. Local businesses are surviving every day on simple spreadsheets and sheer determination, often against all odds. So come with me And let's see how artificial intelligence is impacting real people in real places in real ways. I'm Stuart Ridout, and this is AI in Action.
You could actually say, oh, I mean, this is cool, but this is a documentary. This is not an actual education program. And I could not agree more with you. I mean, it's absolutely not an education program. However, what if, let me show, I go to any of the episodes, they were like 20 minutes. And on the beginning, we would try the viewer to fall in love with the concept, but look what happens from around 40% of the episode. We will start showing slowly some screens, because in the end, again, it was not to train you, but to show how did we apply AI in this specific business. But suddenly, from minute 11, everything becomes a screen, and everything becomes like specific use cases on how this business, not yours, would be applying AI. And this episode would be about, how one business, which is a real business, obviously, would be applying AI in marketing. Then we had another one in processes, in services, etc. But eventually, when you were actually watching this, again, not as education, but just to see how others were applying AI, we would offer you to, once you finish watching them all, would you like to actually, do an exam and have a certification? Well, we moved from around 1% of conversion rate when we were trying to build a course for SMBs to something I would say a bit better, because we moved from around 650,000 people that eventually engaged with this, around 450,000 started learning. Well, 1 out of 3 would eventually take the exam, and we never saw that before. We moved from 1% conversion rate to SMB owners that would eventually want to certify themselves, because they would be feeling, this is not for me. I'm the owner. They don't call themselves CEOs, but owner of the business. We are 3 people. I'll ask my employees to do this training. Education is not for me. Well, we moved to 1 out of 3 business owners would eventually ask for the certification. So again, when we ask ourselves what is education and what can we learn, from how everything is changing, we learned that use cases, but ending with a potential certification was a great way to go. We also try to leave the traditional formats when working with Microsoft. So instead of going with paid ads where there was a lot of noise, we try to go in more traditional spaces, like again saying, getting trained in AI should be free, but not doing it is expensive. In the end, we tried to do campaigns. We did it in Spain, then also in the US and in the UK with different messages. But it was cool because in different countries we were expecting different answers. And we were actually ready to receive some criticism in Spain, because a lot of people had a strong environmental sensitivities. So when we put this, we were expecting some people to say, oh, there's a lot of plastic for just 1 week. So we transformed this thing into 1,000 tote bags working with an NGO that works with people in risk of exclusion. So in the end, we built a campaign out of the campaign, trying to have a lot of visibility around one thing, which was the importance of being trained for those people that were not willing to be trained in or to learn anything new. And then leaving the traditional spaces to send the message. We thought that the most interesting public to train on artificial intelligence was always the one that was feeling that either this was something trendy that would disappear, or the more risky groups that were those that were using AI, I would be feeling that they didn't need any kind of training. For example, Spain, according to actually Microsoft and LinkedIn, is, if I'm not mistaken, 3rd country in European Union in the use of AI, but 14th in training on AI. So it's like we are brave and we say, who needs training for this, right? And then you just end up messing a lot with data. So we said, Spain, what's in our DNA? And soccer and football is there, right? So we sponsored a club that had the perfect name, was Europa. It's beautiful. It was a female soccer club that was known because they sent a lot of leagues, moved from amateur to professional. I say professional because this is professional soccer, but all of the players had actual jobs. They were training 2 hours and playing against. It was the club with the smallest budget in the whole league. And everyone was expecting them to, descend again to non-professional football. So we thought this is the best possible space to talk about artificial intelligence. Because if we can actually show the impact of an AI that anyone can afford, this was like 20 euros per month Copilot, the impact it can have in a team that just arrived to professional football without the budget and without the resources that they will be playing through the league to actual professional teams where everyone has only one job, which is to be trained for Saturday's match. This could actually work. So we did this small video when the league was starting that I promise you has sound. ¿Estoy mal de sonido, creo? ¿O no? No, ¿eh? ¿No hay sonido? No, ya, o sea, ya, gracias, ya sé que no. Le preguntaba, like, is there sound? And people, no, actually not. Déjame ver si, qué raro, yo juraría que esto tiene sonido, que si no, no pasa nada, o sea, en peores plazas. Sí, no, es que seguramente soy yo. Mira, déjame ver un segundo. Y si no, no te pasa nada porque me voy a saltar esto y ya está, pero es raro. A ver. Mira, perdona,
The day I mentioned Europa to Pau, I had no idea what we were getting ourselves into.
So why did we decide to sponsor your team? First, because you are a female soccer team from Barcelona, from a small neighborhood. You are fighters that want to get better and achieve more. And what we do at Founders is specifically help people to unlock their potential, to be even better, and to be unstoppable.
At Founders, we're also a team where everyone is welcome. We believe in hard work. We have a community. And even though we've got a long way to go, if we can show that AI can improve these girls' lives, we'll prove it can help anyone.
We are, I would say, proud of those values. And I assume you are proud of your values as well. So there's a match. And I remember when we were mentioning that we would like to sponsor a football club. And I was saying it can only be a female football club because, to be honest, I know nothing about football, but Anna played. And you played pretty well.
I feel like everything that's going to sponsor women's football is great for us because we're growing, and
this club has good moral values, and I think all the sponsors that we would choose to have would also support the values that we have as a club.
The Europa players have started their journey with Founders, and the changes are incredible, both on the field and in their lives. What we didn't expect was that Europa would end up changing our lives too. No AI saw that coming.
And also want to be by your side to see how you can apply AI in your daily life and how it will help you improve your everyday and also your game on the field.
No,
So this was an actually super cool project because so the league was moving on and we would start applying AI. And we're always sharing these stories to those people that loved football but not technology. And they would be listening, and a lot of people would join our programs. What no one was expecting, like not them, and I can tell you, not us, was that AI, we're expecting AI would be useful. We're not expecting that the team with the smallest budget, it would eventually win the league and be first. And actually, in this league, only the first goes up because there are 2 leagues actually, and the second plays a playoff, etc. So they actually said they are now playing this league in first division. The 20 euros per month AI is not actually great. They lost all the matches they've played except the last one, which we have a draw. But in the end, it's actually such an anomaly that a team where everyone still has jobs and because the team cannot afford full salaries is actually playing against, Barcelona, Madrid, and a lot of teams in their B's or A's categories. So it was the best way to actually do education outside of the education space, because in the end it was about yelling, this can help everyone. And you don't need to be part of the ones that can afford 10 or 15 million euros per year on AI, like Barcelona or Madrid, to actually take use of that. And just to finish, the technology. This is our way of seeing how education should be. This is our platform that we've been developing in collaboration with Microsoft for some time now. And we ended up agreeing in something that although the classes were very important and the lessons and the lectures, we realized that the personalization in online learning was more missing. So we eventually thought we need to create an experience where every learner could actually have a personalized experience in an environment where the professor is pre-recorded, so you cannot ask questions. So we build the fellows. Let me show you very quickly.
Hi there. Great to have you here. If you'd like, feel free to turn on your webcam and we can dive in. How are you feeling about your progress so far?
Julia, I'm very happy to see you. Julia. Oh yeah, I need to activate my microphone. Sorry, demo effect. If I don't give the right permissions, I'm cooked. Let me try again.
Hello there.
Okay.
Great to connect. Would you like to turn on your webcam so we can dive in together? I'm here to help you move forward in the AI and Innovation program.
Julia, how are you? Look, I'm with a lot of, people. I don't know if you can guess where I'm at, by the way, but I'm happy to see you. How are you?
It's great to see you too, Pau. Looks like you're in a lecture hall or maybe a conference setting.
Yeah.
Those rows of people behind you give it away.
Yeah, Julia, I'm sorry to stop you, but I have only 1 minute. So, I need to create an agent, an AI agent. I've been asked by my company. I have no clue how to start. I'm using Copilot Studio. Could you guide me step by step? I think we learned something in the prom, but I cannot remember it.
Of course, Pau. Let's break it down simply. In Copilot Studio, step 1, define your agent's purpose. What problem will it solve? Step 2, create your topic.
Julia, I'm sorry again to stop you. You'll kill me. But I just remember I have an interview tomorrow, and I'll be applying to a job for a Chief AI Officer. And I have like a couple of hours today. What should I learn today to prepare? And could you just play the role of an interviewer and prepare me for tomorrow's? It's in IKEA, the furniture thing.
All right. Let's make the most of your time today. We'll focus on key areas for a Chief AI Officer role: strategy, governance, and innovation. How about we dive into a quick mock question first? Can you describe how you'd ensure responsible AI practices in a company developing new AI products?
Okay, SOS, I'm sorry, I need your help. If I wanted to answer this properly, could you guide me which lessons or modules should I watch tonight to prepare?
Of course. For preparing thoroughly, I'd suggest focusing on Module 7, the importance of responsible AI. You've already watched Lesson 6, but going through more lessons there will give you strong insights on ethics, transparency, and governance, key for a Chief AI Officer.
Julia, that's super helpful, but I just remember the interview is in, just bear with me one second. Where are you from?
Take your time. I'm right here with you.
Anyone not
Whenever
from
you're
Spain
ready,
here?
let's figure out the best focus for your prep.
Serbia. Okay.
You mentioned the interview time.
Yeah, Julia, so I need to travel to Serbia tomorrow for the interview. I'm not sure which language they speak there, so could you answer me in Serbia's main language?
Of course.
I know,
I can switch to Serbian for you. Da počnemo. Možemo pokriti neka ključna pitanja za intervju, a istovremeno ćemo razmotriti na čemu je najbolje da radiš večeras.
Julia, I don't get it. Maybe trying with Catalan?
Of course. Puc parlar en català.
Well, actually, just to show you, Spanish is too easy. So, I'm sorry I'm out of time, but just to include, as you see, I've been speaking for 15 minutes about education without an actual class, which we have them. Actually, half of our budget goes to only recording classes. But my goal today was to show, the other ways to get to it. We're not trying to replace the class. Again, the class is the centerpiece, the human knowledge. But we believe that there are a lot of ways technology can help, but we need to find the right way to explain them. And because not a lot of people, especially adults, are willing to listen to new ideas and new messages. And AI is changing quite a bit everything. And our strongest belief now is that the most interesting people to train on the new skills that AI will bring are those that are not willing to be trained. And I think that's important change between how education used to work and today. And I'll be happy to share with you this technology. We only use this. We have different fellows, but we'll be opening the technology to other educational companies and institutions from December, so very happy to talk. And everything I showed is built, obviously, on Microsoft AI Foundry. Yes. Thank you for your time. Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you everybody to be here. It's a pleasure to be with you today. And thank you the organization for having me here also, because I think it's a very good opportunity to share with you what is Turing Brain. Well, I'm the CTO of the company, so my presentation, sorry, will be a little bit more technical than the previous one, so sorry again. Okay, I will try to do it easy. So what is Turing Brain? Turing Brain is an AI company. We are 100% AI, so our products are basically pure AI. Basically, what we do is a part of the AI that is agentic platforms. Agentic platforms is a kind of artificial intelligence that can be used in different sectors. This is a trend in the industry. Everybody is talking about agentic AI, including Gartner, and is probably one of the bigger movements in technology that we have seen in several years. But specifically, what we do? We like this analogy. What we do is like an engine. We do a platform that is able to power different industries, different sectors, different products, different solutions. Basically, we make an engine that could be included in different cars, okay? This is the analogy. So with our engine, with our platform, with our agentic platform, we can power education, corporate training, contact centers, a lot of things. But today, we are going to be very focused on education. Well, one of the solutions, one of the products that we built in Turing Brain with our engine, that is our main advantage, is Tau. Tau is our educational product, okay? And what is Tau? Tau basically is an AI teacher that don't pretend substitute schools, but to democratize education. The point is that we believe that education, quality education, that a lot of time is one-to-one education, is something that everybody deserves. But the problem is that this economically is very costly. It's obvious that you cannot have for everybody one teacher in every matter. So this is the problem. And we solve it basically with artificial intelligence, because today, with our platform, with the artificial intelligence, the state-of-the-art of artificial intelligence today, we can do that. We can have a teacher for everybody that is specialized in every matter that you have in the schools. And these AI teachers are friendly, tireless, patient, understanding, discreet, and available 24/7. The point is that we can have quality education for everybody with this technology. And the point is that we can do that and with an affordable cost. It's basically something like a Netflix subscription. So it's something that almost everybody can afford. And this is our innovation. And we have started with secondary school, with high school, but soon we will be in universities and other kind of education. How do we do this? Well, basically, the key is our platform, our engine. The point is that we can do that because our engines allow us to deliver this kind of quality. For example, Tau, our education product, have around 300 autonomous agents in order to deliver this education to the students. And with our engine, we can organize all of these agents, more than 300, this is the real constellation. This constellation of agents is what runs our engine for Tau. So this is the key thing that is able, that enable our Tau. And why is it so important? Because with this platform, with this engine, we can build very quickly these agents. In fact, these 300 agents of Tau were built in 3 months. And we can do that because our platform delivers tools that enable the development of this agent very quickly. And not only this means time to market, it means also maintainability, because the education industry runs and every circumstance changes, so we need to modify these agents very easily. And we have tools in order to do that in a very, very quick manner. Of course, our engine, our platforms, deliver also functionalities that makes our classes, the Tau classes, very human. In a way, it's like talking with a human completely, with a private tutor. And we do this through conversion, through conversational dialogues. It's very natural. It's the way in which the students normally learn better. And it's important because normally the education system, the learning system, usually tend to have like series of videos and fixed capsules of knowledge that deliver to the students. But the student normally cannot question about that. So we deliver our product in a way that is fully conversational. You can talk for hours with our agents in order to understand better the matter that you are studying. And this is important. And another thing that is so important in this business is to have memory. In the same way that a private tutor remember everything about the students and adapt the discourse to the student, we have in every agent memory, long-term memory that allows us to personalize the experience, the class, to every student. And not only that, we have this long-term memory, but we have also an engine that performs hyper-personalization. What is this? The point is that we learn every time that we interact with a student. So the artificial intelligence is not only delivering the class, is not only delivering the knowledge to the student, it's also learning about that. And as you go bigger and you have thousands or hundreds of thousands of students, you learn a lot more because of that experience. Our artificial intelligence that is in the engine learns about all of these interactions and generate a new generation of agents, evolving the agents in order to be better teaching the next class, okay? So the platform, the engine, evolves the agents in order to perform better and better each time. Another thing that was a concern for us from the beginning was the quality. Artificial intelligence is not always precise, is not always correct. Sometimes the hallucination is a problem. We calculate that between a 5% and a 30% of the times, LLMs, artificial intelligence, could generate errors. So this was a problem for everybody in the industry. And we have evolved our engine in a way that avoids that completely. How do we do that? We do that with two methods. One method is that our engine can be configured in a way that the knowledge tree that you want to deliver to the student could be specified in the platform. So this is an example of that tree of knowledge, okay? But also, we have this swarm of agents. And what we do with this swarm of agents is basically specialize each agent in a narrow set of knowledge in order to avoid the hallucination. Basically, it's what is called in the industry grounding, okay? Our platforms could be configured in a way that specify this atomic knowledge in the way of a tree, okay? And the second part of this thing of delivering quality, delivering no hallucination, is that every agent is so focused and so controlled in delivering this narrow set of knowledge that is very controlled on that part. So the point is that at the end you have 300 agents for Tau, for example. In another industry, it could be 1,000 agents for another thing. But in education, we have more than 300 agents. The problem is, how do you control 300 agents? That is a problem of governance, okay, and coordination. Well, in our underlying engine, in our platform, we have the mechanism to control all of that. And in fact, the result is that Tau appears like only one teacher to the students. But underlying, you have 300 agents orchestrated in order to do that, okay? Of course, something that is important also is, in education especially, is transparency and explainability. The good thing about our platforms is that you can go to the platform and see everything, every instructions, everything that is configured, so you can deliver this transparency. Well, something important is that our development tools in the engine allows all of this configuration that we have told, okay? This is very easy, it's drag and drop, so you can specify for your school, or you can specify for university, the kind of behaviors that the platform, the agents, need to have. Well, changing a little bit about technology, of course we are based on Azure. We have all the infrastructure, the identity, the storage, the compute, the scalability, databases, everything in Microsoft Azure. And the good thing is that we use our own artificial intelligence, but also we use all the different options that we have in Azure with the different larger language model. Before, in presentation before, they said that in Azure we have 11,000 models. Well, all of them could be plug and play in the system without any problem, okay? Well, in this figure, you can see also the different layers of our architecture. You have the cloud, in which we are based on Azure. On top of that is our engine, the platform, that is all of this layer. And then we have different industries. One of them is education or corporate training, okay? This is a diagram of our architecture. And I would like to explain a little bit better the concept of the agent evolution, the hyper-personalization that is a key part in our platform. As I said before, every time we deliver a class, we learn about the class and we do better the next classes, okay? How do we do that? To explain that, it's important understanding what is an agent, okay? What is an agent? Agents are autonomous or semi-autonomous software entities that use AI techniques to perceive, make decisions, take action, and achieve goals in their digital or physical environment. So an agent is an autonomous thing that has a goal and performs to do that. And what are the building blocks of an agent? Well, there are basically 5 building blocks. Instruction is the kind of things that you say to the agent that need to do. For example, you are a math teacher, or you are a math teacher specialized in limits, to be specific. Well, that's our instructions. Then you have the LLMs. Okay, you are going to use OpenAI, ChatGPT 5, or no, you are going to use another. That's another building block. Of course, you could use tools. To teach the lesson, for example, you are going to use a Blackboard, for example, or a tool in order to explain the limits, okay? Of course, you have data. You need to know what are you going to teach. So you need resources, you have data. And of course, another very, very important part of the agent is other agents. Sometimes the students ask you for things that are not in your scope. As an agent, for example, this is an agent that teaches math, specifically limits, but you are asking, as a student, something about derivatives, well, the agent takes notes and communicate with other agents specialized in that thing and pass the class to this other agent, pass the control in order to give that class. Or maybe this agent needs to know something about another thing, and this agent could question that other agent whatever they need, okay? So this is the building blocks of an agent. Of course, you have a huge number of possibilities. If you combine all of these things, you have a number huge of possibilities. So our agent generation model basically combines all of these possibilities, and in the next generation of the agent, adapt and optimize the agent in order to evolve to give a more personalized class, okay? So the point is that our agent generation model, that basically is an artificial intelligence, based on transformers, by the way, evolve the agents in order to be better in the next classes. So our system is better and better and better each time that give classes, okay? It's like a virtuous circle where the student get classes, give feedback, and with this feedback through our artificial intelligence, we evolve the agents in order to perform better and better classes. So the more users we have, the more interaction we have, we learn more, and we do better. It's like having a teacher that have a huge level of experience because it have not 10 or 1,000 students, it had millions of students. And it's learning what is better in order to give the classes, okay? And everything is in the engine. This could be used for education, but could be used to coach sales, for example, okay? And this is something that we have a provisional patent in the US, and is one of the key things of the platform. So to wrap up, basically what we do is an artificial intelligence engine that could be applied to a lot of industries. But of course, we apply it to education. And with Engine, we build more than 300 agents that altogether compose an AI teacher that enable to democratize quality education for everybody. No? That is the point. Thank you very much. You have there my data, and if you want some question, it will be a pleasure to answer it. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Rey Juan Carlos University, Tallinn University, the other institutions, and of course, Manuel and Microsoft for inviting me to be here today. I am Raul Hernandez. I've been working in Universia. This is a company that belongs to Santander Bank, a social responsibility area, and they, because I changed my project 1 year ago, we were in charge of transforming universities or helping them to be transformed thanks to digital transformation. I mean, we have a network of 1,400 universities in 23 countries, mainly in Latin America and Europe. And what we did was, and they keep doing, is to search, find, and repeat best experiences of the universities, to try to repeat them in other universities with success cases, and also to bring EdTech companies to the universities, both for the institutions and also for the students in B2B and B2C models, to co-create, to create pilots, to do many, many things so that we could find a very good fit between the EdTech solution and also the university. I'm going to talk now about the go-to-market plans, how to create a good market fit with the product, and not only for universities, but also for all the range of educational industry, from preschool, passing through vocational training, to governments, NGOs, and of course, higher education. Okay? Let's go. My intention is, during this time, is to briefly talk about the context, and finally to give some takeaways. Okay, the context. Right now, we have a very important increase in the next 5 years, by 23% of the expenditure in education and training. At the same time, we have found that here you can see that in the last years, it's frozen, the investment of the investors, because perhaps they found a small bubble of the ethics. They think that AI and the industry is going too fast, so that let's wait to see what's happening. But at the same time, the number of edtechs that are appearing, mainly in the early stages, is increasing. Here is what happened last year. EdTech industry is the only one industry that was more or less frozen compared to the other industries. At the same time, the journey of the student in universities, this is for universities, but it works also for schools. All these points are being disrupted by different edtechs. During my time in Universia, I was responsible for this selection of this kind of edtechs. I could see many edtechs of each of these points disrupting the journey of the university student. But why do you want to try to be provider of the universities, of the schools, and not to compete against or with them in their ecosystem? This is the case of Harvard University. Many of the key aspects of their role as university to train people are being disrupted and substituted by other edtechs. And what does World Economic Forum says about the trends? There are 4 key trends, in their opinion. First of all, AI, of course, we have been talking about AI, during this morning. Upskilling. When we talk about upskilling, we have to talk about also reskilling. The barriers of the EdTech companies when they face the market have been broken. It's not only to sell to the industry of the universities, to the schools, but also the corporations, also the NGOs, also the foundations. So that I have seen that many companies that were used to selling to universities are right now selling to NGOs, to NATO, to UNESCO, to other kind of clients. This is a very important point. Mental health is shaping many things. We are now helping two different EdTech companies that are trying to help university students during this time in the university, because did you know that universities' mental health has some problems? For example, in the last 5 years, the trends of suicide has increased by 25% in universities. The anxiety and depression problems of the children at schools have increased by 30%. So that there are some startups, some EdTech that are working on these problems. And the last one is the outcomes, the real outcomes, not the vanity metrics. Okay, I'll talk about that a bit later. So that here we have the perfect storm. We have an increase of demand, decrease of the investment, and let's see, sorry, not recipes. Let's talk about the recipes. From product to product market fit. I'll talk about some key recipes. I mean, which are the common mistakes and keys to achieving a global PMF. Not every product works in all the countries. Which are the main institutional and learners differences when you are facing them, and which are the real metrics, the proof of impact. I give you some examples of each of these recipes. Which are the common mistakes? For example, many startups confuse early traction with true product market fit. I remember a startup that was awarded with European Commission with several subventions so that they were increasing very quickly the number of users. I'd say that in the first 3 or 4 months, they got more or less 50,000 unique users. But what happens when they have to pay? Because if you provide free services, it's not the same. Then you have the validation of the client when they pay. So that they had a very early traction, but we had to change the way in order to get incomes there. Scaling too soon or without product validation. This is the case that this company had. But once they moved to payment mode without subventions, they used the subventions to increase or improve their AI product and services so that they could sell. They got more investment coming from the investors because when the investors see that you don't have payment clients, but you have subventioned clients, they decide not to pay, to put money on your equity. They decide to wait for you get the clients, and when you have 1,000 clients, they will get in your equity. So think global, but adapt local. Here, I have the case of one company that we were working with to move them to China and Latin America. This is a company that is working with schools. They are promoting and trying to sell a product for children from 3 to 6 years old to teach them how to read in the first stage. But when we move this company to China, you can go to B2C, you can go to B2B, and the speeds of the market is very, very different. When we did the same for Argentina, for example, we couldn't go to B2C, but we could go to B2B. So that it's very important to think global, but adapt locally. Not every product scales the same way across countries. For example, the culture of the companies. One of the companies that I talked before, the company that is working on mental health for students, had a lot of problems when approaching the Chinese market compared when they tried to approach the European market. As you can imagine, it's not the same to talk with Chinese people than talking with European people or people from other countries in Argentina, for example, or Latin America. So that they had some problems, but they solved them. What works in one market fails in another market. I remember the case of one learning management system company from Finland, very nice company, with a very good product. In my time there in university, we tried to present this company, we did present this company to universities in Latin America. I remember that we have 1,400 universities in the network of university. And the problem that we found was that you think that what really works in Finland, because it's Finland, of course, they're in the top level of the education, higher education. But when you assume that it's good for Finland, although it's good also for Peru, for Colombia, or for any other country, you need to convince them. It's a problem of culture. So that this company, what had to do is to keep selling to the north of Europe, to move from their way of selling to universities in Latin America to other corporates and foundations or NGOs, and now they are selling in Latin America. Need for the localization, language, pedagogy, and pricing. This is the same case I mentioned before. And scalability requires modular product design. I am working now in a project that is called AI for Government. It's a master that has been made by Polytechnic University of Madrid and University of Milano, Polytechnic University of Milano. It has been awarded as the best master in the world to train civil servants about AI, because what the master wants is to promote civil servants to change the mindset, to create social or public services that could be better thanks to artificial intelligence. But what we had in the first stage of this project is, okay, we have a master, it has a price of 12,000 euros, but we have now the intention of changing the master in small pieces with micro-credentials, with artificial intelligence, so that we can expand the volume of clients. You can start the master in the first or the third module, depending on if you are very good at the first lesson or not. So that we are creating new modular scenarios of this master in order to approach more markets. Okay, this is one of the keys. The difference between institutional learners and B2C. Miguel Antes before talked about high speed. It's not higher education, not always, or almost never. And I'd say, I remember a project that we did in China. I took 50 universities there to learn about digital transformation with Tsinghua University, Zhejiang University, Shanghai, Beijing Institute of Technology. And when I came back to here, in one meeting that I had in Peru with the rector, the dean of the university, I talked about we need to bring the digital transformation. We need to bring the artificial intelligence here to this university. He told, okay, before the artificial intelligence, we need natural intelligence in this board. Could it be worse? Yes, it could. He told me later, but this is my last year. This is 4 years, this is my last year. I have not intentions of doing changes. Can it be worse? Yes, it did. And he told me later, do you see this board of directors of the university? We are all over 60 years old. We don't understand about artificial intelligence. So that my recommendation was, please move aside and let other people work. So that's what is happening in many universities. So that I really agree with Miguel about the speed of the universities. Let me go a bit faster. Proof of impact, metrics. I'll give you two examples. Talking about dropout prevention, I remember some conversations with universities in Brazil that told me, okay, Raul, this is a university that has 2 million students. Okay, he told me, okay, Raul, if I reduce the dropout of my university, my 50% of universities are private, the other 50% are public universities, so that how much money is it for me, the dropout prevention? If we talk about the public part of the university, which is the impact of the dropout in the crime, in the society? So you have to present real metrics that really are important for them, not for you. SLA is not a metric. It's not a KPI for success. This is the metric that you need to use, the metric of the clients. Another example, employability. Universia has a project of employability. We had in the past more or less 1,000 employment portals, but our metrics were how many databases, how many students, how many vacancies, how many companies, but the real metric is what MIT is doing. How many of our students that leave our university get employed in the next 3, 6, and 9 months. This is a real metric for the university, not what we did in the past. So we changed to create new metrics. I'm suffering for the time. Okay, let's go to the market. And what to do now? Okay, I'll give you some steps, segmentation, and I'll talk about strategic alliances. For example, the value proposition. We could see many problems when defining the value proposition. If you approach the market of schools, for example, if you want to sell a product for creativity improvement in children, the value proposition is not only for the children, of course, it's for them, but it must be for the parents, for the teachers, for the institution, and for the channel that is going to sell your product. Okay, so that we have seen many projects where the value proposition is focused only in the final user of the product or service, but not to the other stakeholders of the chain. This is something I told you before. Okay, this is super key. Someone before talked about to work together with partners in a complementary model, okay? And what I'd say is, if you are going to the universities, you try to sell to universities, I'd recommend you to sell in a sandwich mode. I mean, I assume that you already know that there are networks of universities, not only Universia that has 1,400 universities, but also, for example, Fidesco, a small network in Colombia in the part of Cali, or Croton Group in Brazil, or CEMESP, that is a group of 400 universities. Or there are many groups of universities that are together for different reasons. But the way of selling to them is you should approach the executive director or the board of this association to think about which is the claim that makes them to be together. And apart from that, from the bottom, you have you need to find one university that allows you to create a POC, to create a proof of concept, to create a validation model, so that once you have a global agreement with them and you have 2 or 3 small impacts that are being doing from bottom to the up, you are going to get some impacts with them. That's something that we did in Universia, and now it's working very, very well. The same works with telcos, publishing companies, with governments, other platforms, for example, with apps ecosystems. One project that we're working with in China is with WeChat ecosystem, and also with Huawei App Gallery ecosystem. It's a B2C model for children that want to learn their second language. You need to go together with those that are already in the final client. Why to fight against commercial sales teams when, for example, publishing companies are already there? Are your products complementary with their products or not? That's something very important that you have to analyze. Let's go. Sales model, I have talked about them. Okay, the roadmap. I'm not to talk about, this is only an example that is being working correctly for universities, for higher education, and for, I'd say, vocational training and platforms. This is a project that we present for during 1 year. You can break down in 3 or 4 different stages, and this is working very, very well. I can show you later the presentation. This is also a map of metrics that is working very well for higher education, for schools, for international schools in China, for example, and also for different platforms that is training the governments in Europe. Okay, and this is again, takeaways, finishing, okay. Global success is not only about technology, it's about product market fit. Second point, perhaps the most important for me, the strategic alliances and partnerships is the most important accelerator of everything. Don't go alone. Miguel before talked about try to have a co-founder with you. Try to have a partner with you, a very good partner, and be very committed with him. The key is providing real educational impact. Try to avoid the vanity metrics. Work on real metrics. For example, the scores of my children will be better. My teachers will reduce their time at classroom when they use this technology. My school or my university will get more income thanks to this solution. How many students I will prevent from the dropout or to abandon the university. These are real metrics that are important for the client. Metrics. The value lies in adapting the plan to each startup. When you create a go-to-market plan, a product market fit, you need to understand if they are going to China, if they are going to Europe, they are going to Latin America, they work with preschool, they go to vocational training, to higher education. But you can see many times that thanks to knowing all these different roadmaps, there are startups, EdTechs, that can work in different markets, geographies, that can work in different segments of clients, and they didn't know that in the very beginning. So that's important to create a specific roadmap for each of you. Global experience to accelerate growth. Now the barriers are broken in B2C, of course. In B2B, it's more difficult in universities, more difficult also in the networks of schools because they are very, very small, many schools. The commercial approach is very, very difficult, but there are many barriers that have been broken. And if you think globally, you can approach them locally. Startups integrated into ecosystems scale faster, of course. This is something that is happening right now with Microsoft, with different ecosystems, because you can take advantage of all the things that you have learned with Microsoft or with the ecosystems. And not only ecosystems with someone like Microsoft, of course, Manuel, but also ecosystems with networks of universities, networks of schools. Why don't you integrate your platform, your solution with an ecosystem that also already exists? You can do that. With this, thank you very much for your time. Sorry for my timeout. I think a couple of minutes. This is my contact for anything you could need from me. You are in a very good moment. EdTech also is a bit frozen from the point of view of the investment. It will be increased in the next 5 years by 23–25%. The number of scale-ups is increasing too, apart from the early stage startups, and that's why the education is the most, I'd say, the most important engine in the world to change things. So that we could see that in the universities, but if you let me say, which is my most important learning from my time in university, is that perhaps the university is too late to change things. We need to work from the very beginning with the children at the schools. Also, of course, we have many things to do in the universities. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we have a lunch break. We are a bit more than half an hour late, so we have decided that you can come back at 3:15 instead of 3, which is in the agenda. To have some time to have lunch, okay? So see you later at 3:15. So try to be on time, please. Thank you.
So hello, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. And I think that now is the best time to continue with the success stories of, widening countries, EdTech companies. And I'm really proud to introduce the first presenter, Liis Siiroja from EdTech Estonia. And EdTech Estonia is a union or community of more than 60 or 70 or 70? More than 60 of Estonian EdTech companies. So welcome to the stage, please.
Hello to everybody. I hope you got energized by this nice break that we have. And let's have a quick overview of what's happening in Estonia. My name is Liis Siiroja. I'm the CEO and board member of EdTech Estonia, an umbrella organization for the Estonian EdTechs. And as Janika just mentioned, there are already more than 60 of us. So I'm going to shortly guide you through what our umbrella organization offers to the EdTechs and to the Estonian EdTech ecosystem. And let's have a quick look. So, as said, 61 Estonian EdTechs are already members of our organization. And please bear in mind that there are less than 1.5 million Estonians living in Estonia. The goal for our organization is mainly to help improve the quality of education with the help of innovation. Secondly, to improve the availability and accessibility of education with the help of the EdTechs that we have. And thirdly, we focus also on supporting our EdTechs in their growth, in their export strategies. We do also policy work, and we have trainings, community meetings, etc., to boost peer-to-peer learning as well. The organization will be, by the end of the year, 5 years old. And as we started 5 years ago, we set the goal to see 200 EdTechs in this tiny Estonia by the year of 2030. So let's have a look of how it currently looks like. By the end of 2023, we calculated and saw that there are already 80 EdTechs in Estonia. And now, a little while ago, we did a second calculation, and currently we see already more than 100 EdTechs in this tiny country. These EdTechs are offering very different solutions. So we see here learning platforms, administration platforms, games, of course, learning content, language learning platforms, tutoring, mental health solutions with an educational side, etc. And they're also divided into different segments. So some of them are for the early childhood. Then we have solutions for the primary education and the secondary education. We also see solutions for the higher education and for lifelong learning. In the last part, you would see solutions for employers, for example, and for companies. Out of these 100 plus Estonian EdTechs, the study that we did end of last year showed that more than 70% of them are already exporting. And more than 95% of them are already used in Estonia. So this gives us also the confidence that the solutions that we are developing in Estonia are a good fit for the global market. And we see as a very good sign that last year the revenue of the whole sector doubled. In numbers, that's 40 million for sector's revenue last year. But since we see the growth of the whole sector's revenue, then we are very confident that this growth will continue and that we will also reach our goal for the 200 EdTechs by the end of this decade. So how have we helped this ecosystem? Please bear in mind that we will turn 5 years old, so we are very small, still small and still a very young organization. And we have done this with great partnerships. And some of our partners are sitting here. And I will get to these partnerships as well in a little bit later. What we offer currently to our members are opportunities to pitch to relevant visitors. So we greet a lot of international delegations. Some of them are on the ministry level. Some of them are direct users. We organize yearly hackathons, which is the mainstream for new ideas, to get the new ideas and new teams into this EdTech sector. we have a co-creation program that this year is not happening, but last year it was with Tartu University, but originally it was together with Tallinn University for several years. And this co-creation program put together researchers, practitioners, teachers, and the founders. And when you develop your solutions from day one with this kind of a partnership, you will most definitely bring much more value to your users by the end of the day. We are also doing partnerships with international organizations and a lot of research corporations, EdTech Talents being one of them. We help our members with export strategies, and we also help the Foreign Ministry of Estonia with EdTech export strategies, and also the Ministry of Education and Research in Estonia. We conduct our own research together with the help of Estonian universities, and we represent the interests of our members on the policy making area. In Estonia, we are very proud of different public-private partnerships in education. So we are a strategic partner to the Ministry of Education and Research, and also to the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications. We are also partnering with universities, with different cities, for example, with the Tallinn Education Department. And currently, out of these several partners, I would also like to bring out a new partner, which is the Estonian National Library. And together with the National Library, in about 2 years, we will open in the National Library building a whole floor dedicated to education, and the part of this floor will be dedicated to EdTechs. This will be a place where you can come to test our EdTechs and our solutions. You can come with your students, and we will have educational programs for them. We will have seminars and educational programs for the teachers, etc. There will be hackathons. There will be classes for our kids and youth in different age groups. And of course, the universities that I already mentioned. Another thing that we're very proud of in Estonia is that we see many of these EdTechs really valuing the research cooperation. We have a few projects currently going on, and just a month ago, as we gathered in Estonia with the EdTech Talents Consortia, we saw a lot of interest in the Estonian EdTechs. So there were around almost 20 Estonian EdTechs coming to these gatherings, which were 3, to find partners in the universities to really make their EdTechs research-based and to think in this mindset from the day one. So, so this is something that, as an organization, we really value, and we see that it is also valued by the EdTechs. I'm slowly coming to the end. I just want to mention also the AI part in education. As you probably heard, that in Estonia we have a state-level initiative which is called the AI Leap. It's an education program developed through the public-private collaboration. And the aim for that is to do 3 things. So first, this initiative helps the teachers to be more aware and to get tools, to get AI tools to use in their classes. Secondly, it will help the students to also know about the risks and make the best of the advantages of the AI in their learning. And thirdly, and potentially being potentially the most important thing in this initiative is that this initiative also lets us rethink what teaching and learning should look like in the age of AI. So this is a segment where, together with several researchers, AI Leap's team is looking at how should we teach, what are effective ways of teaching and learning, what to skip and what to not. And the main message that they guide themselves through is that any AI tool should be exactly that, a tool to help me learn more deep and not to tell me the answers more quickly. You can have 10 seconds to look if you know any of these 60 companies. I hope you do. If you don't recognize any yet, please be sure to go to our website where you can see all the EdTechs listed. As said, also higher education solutions, etc. And I'm sure you will find something interesting. And if not, you can write me in either LinkedIn or at hello@edtechestonia.ee to see whether we can do a research collaboration together, whether I have maybe can guide you to some, help you with the deal flow in case you're an investor. Maybe you are looking for, have a specific problem that we have a solution for. So looking forward to connect with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Liis, and next time I will reserve the place on the stage for myself as well. Just before, Dragana, give me 1 minute, please, Dragana. So I just wanted to explain in a few sentences what are the programs Liis mentioned, because talking about this co-creation program between universities and EdTech companies, as I happen to be 1 year the project manager of such a project. So the aim is that the EdTech umbrella will find these potential startups, and then they get somewhat incubation at university. On the other one, the one aspect is university researchers will consult these potential EdTech companies how to conduct didactic research on their product, whether it's feasible. But on the other hand, we also had teachers, real teachers, testing these future products in real environment. And also, as Liis and EdTech Estonia kindly invited me to be the project manager of these last 2 EdTech hackathons, it's also considered quite an important event for Estonia in that sense that these EdTech hackathons are fully public. So we invite all stakeholders, ministries, companies, students. There is no age limit, and then they co-create solutions for the future EdTech solutions. And now, Dragan, I'm really sorry, but maybe you noticed this AI leap thing. And maybe you didn't pay attention that the AI leap is happening in the secondary school. So the 10th graders, 11th graders, not as 12th graders. And I hope that since November, something similar will happen in all Estonian universities, because after this president's statement that, okay, all secondary students and teachers will now start learning with AI and we will empower them with AI tools, so the universities started, started worrying, because in 2 years, all these extremely clever students will come to Estonian universities. And if we are not prepared, what we are going to do, especially faculty, but let's hope that since November, Estonian universities will also get their AI leap. That means that maybe they also will receive these ChatGPT edu licenses. So let's hope the best, 3 weeks to go. But now I'm really honored to invite to the stage Dragana Malican Vinkic from Serbia. So the stage is yours, please.
Thank you. No, I have this, my Madonna. Okay. This is it. Good afternoon. My name is, as Janika already said, Dragana Malican Vinkic. I'm director of EdTech Center, Western Balkans, based in Serbia. And thank you for the opportunity to share some insights of our organization. So let's begin. Who are we? So, although we are very small organization, very young organization that is officially established in 2019, our story begins back in 2014. So the same team that founded this organization originally gathered around one of the biggest regional conferences called New Technology of Education. And after that initiative ended, we just wanted to continue its legacy. So we gather around and talk about shared vision, common values, and our mission. So we had this opportunity to discuss where do we want to go with EdTech in Serbia. And at the end, we wanted to improve the quality of education for all students across the region, and also we want to give to every student opportunity to have quality education, and so they can develop their skills and knowledge and to have a quality life. So these are objectives of our work, to develop human capacities, and we do that by improving their digital competences for all participants in the education system. We also want to enhance the quality of education system through effective and strategic use of technology at all educational level. Also, the inclusive society is very important to us, so we foster accessibility, openness, and equity, and also we are contributing very much to the development of the policy in the area of digital education. So to achieve all these objectives, these are the scopes of our work. So we are a project-based organization. We also, like EdTech Estonia, cooperate with different partners. We are involved in different Erasmus, Horizon projects, and our main partners are Ministry of Education, Institute for the Development of Education, another educational institute, also universities, schools, UNICEF, and Microsoft, for example. So we also organize different kinds of events, like conferences, and we are proud to say that we are supporting DG EdTech. Second time will be this year. We also provide expert support and technical assistance to all our partners. As I already said, our partners are very different, so we are trying to support all of them in the area of digital education. And we are very proud that we established a great network of experts that counts like 200 different kinds of experts in digital education. Also, we are supporting the development of educational policies and also conducting analysis, surveys, and different kinds of reports. This is our flagship event called Conference Digital Education, started in 2020 as a support during the COVID crisis. So this is a two-day event, online event that through 2 days gathered around 12,000 participants and over 100 lecturers. And we are so proud of this initiative. This annual conference has become a leading regional platform for dialogue and exchange among teachers, among policymakers, and EdTech innovators. Also, last year was the 5th year of this conference, so we held it in a hybrid mode. This year we are back in online mode, so please join us on 24th and 25th of October. And through this conference, to this event, we bring together on the first day of the conference leading experts, practitioners, educators, and we discuss about innovations, about changes in policy, the area of EdTech. We open different kind of discussions, and the second day of this conference is for practitioners to show what are they doing in their classrooms. So there is an opportunity for everybody to show their work. Also, we really want to foster the culture of collaboration and innovation. So this is very, very important to us. We also support EdTech. This is new to us. So we are like not new, but since the only 2% from all startups in Serbia are EdTech startups, AI really changed that. So there are more recently. We're trying to find them, to support them, and to give them space to connect with schools and universities. Also, the conference is one place and platform for them to show their products and services and to connect with partners. Also, thanks to the EdTech Talents project, we had these possibilities to have these experts from different countries to come to Serbia and to help EdTech startups to improve their products or services and opportunities for growth and expansion. So I wanted to take this opportunity to invite you to collaborate with us. We can bring together professionals who are eager to share their expertise and insight in the field of EdTech. We also have access to the great network and partnerships. And of course, we can provide you visibility and promotion for your products and services and knowledge. And we would like to call you to build bridges in EdTech, to collaborate with us, because we are eager and hungry for knowledge. We would like for you to share your insights, your researchers, evaluation, everything that can support growth of EdTech ecosystem in Serbia, and to have this international perspective, to have this vibrant EdTech ecosystem. So that's all for me now. Here are our contacts. Please feel free to call us and to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dragana. I almost managed to pronounce your name. Okay, so now this is a really exciting moment. We are going to have a panel discussion about generative AI and its impact on EdTech companies. And before inviting our panelists to the stage, I apologize of not introducing myself. So my name is Janika Leosta. I'm from Tallinn University, and I'm principal investigator of this EdTech Talents project. And Professor Uglješa Marjanović from Novi Sad University is the co-PI of the project. So welcome to the stage, and Uglješa will also moderate this session today. And so, do you want to invite all panelists by yourself, or I can do it for you? You can do it. Okay, I can do it, and then you can deal with your chairs. Okay, so I kindly ask to the stage Miguel Molina Coscuela from Analyticus. Yeah, thank you. And Elena Gonzalez Blanco from Microsoft. Thank you. and Pau Garcia Milá, founders. Yes, yeah, of course you're here. And Pablo Garcia Costerseva from Digital Cube, yes, AI. And last but not least, Eva Maria Infanger from Math Arena. So please welcome to the stage. And give a big applause to our panelists. And please finish precisely at 5 o'clock.
Okay, perfect. So we are here all together, right? As Yannick mentioned, thank you for opportunity to discuss about current topics about new trends in education and what is happening in the field of startups, and then how we can be better with the usage of this technology. So today's topic is the generative AI and its impact on EdTech companies. And I have with me a great panelist. We saw some of the presentation today, and these guys here are, I would say, crafting the future of education in this part of the globe. And yes, if I can say that. But let's be more focused, because nowadays everyone talks about AI, and a lot of I would say, because EdTech startups are working to improve the conditions in education. My background is in education. I myself is a professor at the university, and I'm kind of like a user of this. And then with the project of EdTech Talents, I wanted to promote and transform myself maybe into the entrepreneur. And I recently started with some consultancies that helped me to understand better to this. And but nowadays everyone talks about AI, but honestly, not that many things are happening. And if we compare, I know, Europe or Americas or China, you're going to see a lot of universities are pushing this. And even with the new trend of open AI, the Estonia is creating this strategy for AI Leap, right? And then they choose open AI. But when I talked to this university in Germany, they said we were making a decision, discussing should we go with open AI or we should go with Microsoft. So it's a big competition there, if I can see as a trend. So let me start this by the first round of the questions. I'm gonna first have a question for our host from Microsoft. Thank you for the great presentation. Elena, what challenges and opportunities do you see for a generative AI adoption among early stage EdTech companies? Because you presented these 3 stages, and we are here more focused on this early stage. Is AI helping these EdTech companies to be faster, to go faster to the market? What kind of challenges do you see there?
Okay, thanks a lot for having me here first, because I'm also have a background in education. I spent 10 years working at university, and I was working on AI when nobody was working on that. So I think, and I firmly believe, that education is a very strong part of the journey. In terms of the startups that we are seeing is that, well, AI is coming everywhere in every industry, but it's especially important in education because it's the area that is going faster. I have 4 kids, different ages, and I'm seeing that what they are doing on a year-by-year evolution, it's completely different, and the school is not there. So they need to use external tools to get training that it's not in the curricula, because at the end of the day, the schools and universities are not going so fast in order to learn. So, for example, in the case of my kids, they are attending sessions for coding in Coding Giants, Codeland. So those are startups that didn't exist a couple of years ago, and they are covering a gap that the schools is today leaving. But these startups cannot run by themselves, because if they focus on the technology, they cannot develop the product, and they should focus on the curricula, on the kids, on everything. So what we are doing is we are bringing all the good stuff that we have in terms of models, in terms of data platform, in terms of support, architecture, technology, in order to make them choose the best technology to go faster. That's my main purpose and what I do with my team. The challenge here is that there are different levels of working across the different countries because, for example, in the area of education, and this has been commented already today, regulation is also very strong. So you are very limited in Europe with the kind of things that you can do, the kind of things that you cannot. For example, kids, emotions. So those are very sensitive topics that might be strongly impacted by the innovation speed that we have today. For example, CanMigo in the United States, it's not allowed here. So I'm really struggling to get the way in which we can accelerate the motion of innovation and bring the best solution, the quicker the better. So the focus is how we can accelerate and how we can also bring the system into a new way where our kids are prepared for this next generation. And we are here to support them.
Oh, thank you very much for the insights. Yes, I'm gonna continue with Miguel. Thank you for the great presentation. Like these 10 things that definitely is helping the new startups how to approach, how to start, and how to move on. At Analytics, you're kind of like mentioned that these key elements, but can I ask you about some technicalities? How the Analytics is incorporating this Gen AI into your platform? What kind of like, I would say, tools or solutions are you providing to universities with your company?
Great question, and thank you for inviting me. So remember that what we provide is advanced analytic solutions for higher education. So the use cases could be something like predicting the probability of a student dropping out. So before generative AI, we used to predict the probability of a student dropping out, but we used to give that to the university, and then it was up to the university to contact the student at risk. With generative AI, I feel we're democratizing, personalizing the experience at a scale. So now the score of the probability of a student dropping out is not being used by the university directly, but generative AI is using it to launch a personalized intervention. Sort of, Miguel, we've noticed that you've been struggling to get to your math class. Is that right? How can we help you? We have these resources. So in our world, I believe generative AI is actually allowing us to have an impact, keeping the human in the loop, but without depending on the human, if that makes sense.
So pretty much like you're using the data of the universities also to provide some insights regarding the students.
Absolutely.
And then that's how they can but from your experience, you said that universities are very slow and then they don't want to change. Do you see any changes when you provide the feedback to them? Are they listen and respond?
I believe they do. I believe they do. They are a big elephant trying to move, but they move. And you mentioned something that I believe is important. The peak of the impact with generative AI, I believe, and we believe at our company, comes from a strong data foundation. So you can have an generative AI giving you a great experience, but to actually personalize the experience, you need to have the data foundation. And that comes from the transactionals. That comes from the LMS, from the ERP, from the SIS. And taking the data out of there, keeping the data governance, and then using that to personalize the experience. So it's not just about the generative AI layer. Yeah. It goes to the foundation of the data.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pablo, we discussed today a little bit about you also trying to help higher education to be better. From your perspective, because you led growth and operations of major tech firms. You mentioned Oracle and GitLab, UiPath. And then what lessons from this enterprise automation and AI adoption can you apply to improve the operational efficiency of universities? How universities can be better with these new technologies?
So first, thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure. Connection between companies and universities is key. Is really something that we have to do more. You probably can do a book on your Decalogue. It's something that everyone will love. If I have to choose one, there's several. If I have to choose one, it's definitely the AI automation. There's a lot of things that are not happening or are happening in a very slow way. You mentioned something before, is the data. It's probably one of the key to make that automation happen. The key regarding the automation is to make all that it's already happening in an intelligent way. I've been working in UiPath long ago. RPA was key, was changing the world. Now it's a little bit of a dead technology with the rise of AI. With AI, you put a lot of intelligence in the middle in a process that used to be, let's say, very basic, very standard process that you can only define what's the steps and then move one way or the other. When you put AI in the middle, it's amazing how fast you can change that and how the speed that you can change the things. If I can have a takeaway, it's probably the intelligent automation is one of the key to take. And secondly, it's data. We've been discussing with prospects a while ago, and they say, okay, we want to get an agent, the agent with multi-language, getting the accents from the people everywhere, and like 25 minutes defining requirements. When that is done, we get to a point of say, okay, so you have the document, so we can feed the agent with your processes or your enrollment process, or yeah, but it's split it in 10 systems. Okay, but those 10 systems, you have pretty good control of those. Well, some of them we do, we don't. So we are really looking at the high end, at what it's probably the most interesting way to consume the AI and the interaction with customers or students or companies. And there's a lot of things with a little bit shiny in the background happening that probably we can get some impact there. And we see there's a lot of opportunities there.
Oh, great.
Even for the universities, we're working with education companies, and it's interesting what we found. Not only education, big corporates also, the way they manage processes, and you say, okay, how you do this process? Yeah, I think, let me go for the guy. And, yeah, but no, let me go for the real. And then you keep pieces of the processes in places. I'm talking of very huge companies. There's a way for accelerate that part, put intelligence on that. And you mentioned that before. There's one of the key points is gathering all the data and build layers up to the top. And definitely AI is a game changer. We see that everywhere.
I'm afraid, like someone mentioned today, this 996, that we are all going to transform to 996 model, right? With AI, instead of like AI helping us to maybe work less, right? We're going to work more. So that's kind of directions that we are going through. Yeah.
There's a lot of, I think everyone here probably came to this point. There's a lot of changes happening. You probably heard already, like, we don't need juniors programming anymore, people. That's not happened. And the next question is, who's going to get the seniors from, right? So this is a new paradigm. It's happening. So we have to find a way to make it happen. I have my view. We mentioned that when we were having a coffee before. Definitely is an opportunity there. Things are changing. We all learning on the way. This is my view. But the 996, it's
thank you, Pablo, for the insights. Eva Maria, I'm going to leave you for the last, but I'm going to talk. I'm going to ask Pau. Pau, thank you for inspiring presentation, because you provide this out-of-the-box approach for the training. And then I'm inspiring. Maybe I'm going to get some of the certification. But nowadays, because I'm also kind of in a role that I'm thinking about how to create a solution that we're going to use kind of AI. And with the help of AI, definitely we can be faster or more efficient. So my question for you is that how is founders equipping entrepreneurs with the tools and mindsets to build companies around Gen AI?
I mean, and thank you for having me as well. I think that the way we tackle AI training is, I would say, doesn't differ a lot. It's quite similar between an entrepreneur and an educator and a consultant, as an example of someone who is pretty far from an entrepreneur, like consultancy, entrepreneurship, even medical doctors, so super different people. But we are surprised sometimes how similar the contents we build are. Because when it comes to AI, although I have a very different life from a consultant and from a doctor, the way we use AI, it's stunning. I could look for easier words. It's surprisingly similar. So in the end, we think that AI is in a journey to become transparent. It doesn't mean that it will disappear. The interface of the AI will disappear. So we will be using AI, But the fact that we use AI today using a website like Copilot is a bug in the software that needs to be fixed. It's a mistake. AI will adapt, we should not have to adapt to AI, but AI will adapt to our working. Actually, Microsoft did a pretty cool presentation, I think, a few months ago, where you could see that if you are in a Teams chat, and I have some people from our team talking about a new product launch we're going to do, a new technology, it's a pity that I have to leave the chat, go to Copilot, ask something, and then bring it back. Why don't I just, throw an idea, and one of the answers will be an AI? So in the end, this is AI adapting and basically becoming transparent, but it's not disappearing. AI is more present than anywhere before, but it's part of the process. So we think that AI is eventually disappearing in terms of interface and just becoming specific pieces of the puzzle and of our daily routine. And now answering your question, what changes is that we should be very wise on choosing which parts of the process do we want to do. Because sometimes I usually recommend choosing in two directions. The parts of my job that I love and I want to keep doing them even if AI could do them better. I'm happy when I do those. So I'm happy programming, and that's my sweet moment, and I would not leave that completely, although there are way better programmers than me in the company, so I'm just one more. And I know they will, throw some of my code back in a peer review, and I'm one.
But with the Copilot, you're more efficient, right?
Way more efficient. But in the end, I do that because I love doing it, not because I'm better than the machine or a human. And then it's like how efficient it is that I do these kind of things that I don't particularly love, but AI will do them worse than me, and other humans will. So if we divide our day into things that we bring value because we are the best ones at those, and things that we just love doing and we want to be happy in the end of the day, that's a good mix. Because before we were just doing things boring that we need to do because no one else is doing, and other things that. So when it comes to building a company, it's pretty similar. Like someone can build a one-person company today doing a lot of things, and the entrepreneur is choosing which parts can they bring value.
So let me just rephrase what you said. That you mean that we should still use the AI as a tool, and then but focus on the domain knowledge. And then if I'm a good programmer, I should stick to that, right? And then use the tool to be better. But in that sense, if we have all access to the AI, right? So in one day we're gonna have more and more startups. Okay, everyone's gonna do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna have a mess, and then we're gonna be having having a lot of competitors. So that's why you have to go outside of the box.
But even in that space, like all jobs, all professions are changing, and to the very root of the reason why they were built. Like if you ask what a journalist is, they'll say, well, we seek the truth, we investigate stories. Yeah, but you spend 80% of your day, just writing articles about diets in the summer and healthy, because that's part of what your company needs to survive.
Yeah.
Well, if an AI takes care of that, it's not that I lost my job. On the contrary, I have way more time to actually. So a journalist moves from a copywriter that can some parts of their time investigate to an actual truth holder or truth seeker. And we need to basically see where professions are getting, because they are getting way more pure now in terms of we can't just remove everything that we need to do in order to survive, because AI is taking care of that, and that's good.
Yeah, I see. I'm the researcher myself, so when I write a research article, okay, now with the AI I'm more efficient, right?
Yeah.
But still I need domain, because there is a lot of things that are coming from any Gen AI that is not true. So you have to distinguish between these two things. Thanks for the insights, Eva Maria. Thanks for joining the panel. And so you are also on one side a co-founder of your startup, and on the other side you are a part of the university, and then where you see and then you receive a lot of inputs for your solution. So how important are educators in this process when you are building your solution? I think some of you mentioned that not build the product yourself, but co-build with your customer. Talk to them. How our educators are important in this process? For example, in Mate Arena, when you're developing your like solutions or any additional feature.
Maybe to keep the audience with us, Mate Arena is our startup. We're a small startup in Austria, providing a quiz-based approach to mathematics, not to let the problems be solved by technology, but to make students and also adults think about again. Because what we see, AI is really making working comfortable in parts we don't like to do it because it's exhausting. That's practical. But still, we have to find a way to keep our brains active in the really relevant parts. And that's what we are trying to do via mathematics, because Gerald and me, the founders, we are both math teachers. So I'm kind of a customer myself, and I didn't find solutions back then when we started building our idea. And we tried to find out our needs, but also the needs of our students. So we are constantly talking with students. We are one of the student-centered EdTechs. It's the hardest approach because students don't have money. So EdTech has no money in the market, but students have even less money. But it's really relevant, and we see it right now. So we have managed to bridge this gap. Teachers are seeing that students are enjoying working with our solution, and now teachers want it because they don't have to motivate the students to deal with it, but students are asking them, or parents are asking for their kids if they could use our solution. And now we are trying to find ways with teachers, for one, to give them control, that they get this data and can analyze it and use it in the best way for the students. I think here is the topic trust really important. Doesn't mean students necessarily trust their teachers. So we tried to find a way to leave some data out of teachers' control. And all those insights we couldn't have if we wouldn't have been teachers on our own and talked to our students as teachers in the system, but also as private tutors. Because GDPR is really important, and the connection is really different between teacher and student, because as a teacher, we love this idea about teachers being coaches and just coaches, but in the school system it's not true. Yeah. You have to be the assessment, person doing the assessment as well, and that disturbs this connection. As a private tutor, you don't have this disturbance. So it's really interesting to see this complex system from within, and then trying to provide a solution. Research helps that it's not just this subjective perspective, but you get lots of different perspectives looking on your solution. So we are always quite nervous when researchers are coming and testing our solution and giving us feedback. But in the end of the day, it's always really valuable. Sometimes we take the ideas, other times we say, no, thank you, not fitting. So we do this as well. We are stubborn in a way. But then we have made this decision, and you talked a lot about decision making. I think it's one of the core tasks you have to do as a startup again, as an entrepreneur, to make those decisions and to find your niche where you want to approach people.
Okay, thank you, Maria. So it means that if I'm a teacher and with the AI, I can become entrepreneur, So very soon we're going to have a lot of them, or they're going to think that they can definitely do something about that. Sure, you can follow up, definitely.
Yeah, I wanted just to follow up because I mean, that was really inspiring, and I think we understand each other when you speak to another entrepreneur that has gone through the same, miseries, but also celebration days, which are huge. Like, I usually say that being an entrepreneur is like one of the professions where the roller coaster is higher. So you move from the very, very low to the, I'm the king of the world in a second. But I was thinking about the importance of, adaptability. This is being able to adapt and change super fast. And I think one of the best examples I've ever heard about was the launch of something that we are the living demonstration that it worked, which was the Apple Watch that I was checking, and I saw also it's at least 4 of us have. Do you have a watch? You don't?
No, actually, I forgot mine.
Okay.
I have a small kid, so.
Okay, so we have someone that doesn't have a watch. You are like a gentleman. You are like a class, tener clase in front of.
It's a question about not fighting with pulse.
Yeah.
I was the pulse.
Yeah.
So I got rid of it for a while.
But the point is that Apple Watch was initially launched as an aesthetic thing, as a luxury, and all the campaigns were about the Hermes thing was like about €1,000. Do you remember that edition that cost up to 17,000 gold-based? And it didn't work, like to the point that there was a stock that was never sold. And they just changed the marketing. The product didn't change, and they shifted to health. And we all bought the Apple Watch because it was a thing that would, keep us alive or give us intel. But the product was the same. They only changed the signs on the Apple stores. And if you study that, you realize that in the end, you can do a lot of work when you are going to launch a startup. But then the day you go out, the brand, the concept stops being yours, and it's basically being shaped by the people that will, give you money or time. And after that, being successful or not is a matter of how fast can you adapt to what they are understanding of your product. And AI can help a lot into failing cheaper and faster. And having success is a lot of micro failings. And in 2005, when I started, every failure cost a lot of money and a lot of time. Right now, you can fail super cheap and super fast. So it's not about having success with AI, but go faster than before.
Yeah, let me add very quickly to this, because I think that's also very important today. It is very difficult. Founding a startup today with AI, people tend to think that AI is kind of helping making things easier and quicker. That's true. It's cheaper, and everyone can have access. And everyone believes he can be the new, let's say, super founder that can sell the startup for billions. And what we are seeing from here, also from the VC side this morning, the environment is super competitive, and everyone has an idea that 1,000 people had before. So what we are seeing today, we that see every day, let's say, similar companies, like I found the other day in an event, we have created an innovative agentic company, and I said, another one? Really? So the thing is, it's very easy to have funding, and especially when you are part of the startup ecosystem on AI, it's very easy to create a technology or to replicate a technology that is reinventing the wheel. And it's very easy to fail because we are competing super strongly. So I feel myself like driving a Ferrari at 200 kilometers speed in a road and looking on the mirrors and say, who is driving faster? So it might be confusing because you think that with AI, let's say startup and ecosystem, it's going to be faster. But when you have 50 million in investment and you want to sell your startup, who is going to buy you? It's really the competitive advantage that you have different from what is happening in the market. It's going to be easily copied or differentiated. So yeah, we are living a very interesting moment where everything is possible, but things are changing so fast and with so much money that it's really challenging.
I'm going to follow up on your what you're mentioning, and then you differentiate in these 4 segments, right? And then digital natives are in the middle one, and then out of those companies that you are already supporting, how many of those, like a percentage-wise, are in the EdTech? And then do you see that they are using like a AI, very successful? Or this is just like a buzzword, or they are trying to do it? How successful are they? When we talk about EdTech, I saw many different industries, but let's focus on EdTech.
So to be honest, in our portfolio, what I describe is money for digital native, we don't have a lot of EdTech because we are very focused on software AI-based companies and B2B. So usually EdTech is more B2C and it's more one-to-many. So in the type of startup that we are working or building with, it's not on the EdTech area, but there is a lot of education in many of the companies that we are working at. Because for example, if we are working with an insurtech company that wants to automate the claim processing, there is a lot of changing the mindset and culture inside the company and inside the companies they are selling to in order to adopt this new technology. So for me, EdTech is much broader than universities or school. It's about everything because we need to change the culture of traditional areas where things are happening. So let's say that it's everywhere.
I see. But let me just have a follow-up question. So out of these, when you select to help them, do you have any other a KPI or criteria other than the revenue that they're generating or the money that they manage to fundraise? Do you have any other things that, let's say, maybe they have potential maybe to promote the technology of the Microsoft or things like that?
Usually, I mean, investment is a guidance because when they get money, it's kind of because of the size, and of course that helps, but it's not a KPI. So we are looking at the growth, so the value for the market, the area in which they are innovating. So we are investing a lot in companies that are working on AI because we want also to test our products and our solutions. Growth, type of company, type of product, and also the market that they want to reach out. Because one of the things, as I mentioned this morning, is co-selling and expanding. That's why we are looking for solutions that can help our financial services customer, our healthcare customer to bring innovation. Because at the end of the day, we are a platform. We are a platform where people can build on top of, but we are not building a final solution. Of course, we have Copilot and we have, kind of tools that help people be more productive, but we are not end users or end builder of a final product, and that's why we want to create this ecosystem in order to help others to build on top of us. And that's a little bit the philosophy on which we are working with companies that are trying to build product and create innovative solutions for our customers.
Does it mean that maybe in the future you're going to more compete with OpenAI regarding the university licenses, these edu licenses? Well, is there on the top of your agenda, or no, this is still a small market?
This is a very interesting question because I think that everyone is asking about it, but Judson, our, let's say, president, the other day say, if you are not competing with Microsoft, you are doing something wrong. And I really like the sentence because I think he's absolutely right. We are in an environment where every solution is competing against other, but OpenAI is our partner. So we are owners of half of the company. What OpenAI is winning, Microsoft is winning. So at the end of the day, the casino is always winning. So let's say that it's kind of fake competition because at the end of the day, if people start using ChatGPT, that means that they are changing their mindset, changing the productivity. And those are not similar products. So let's say ChatGPT is a final product for everyone. It's working phenomenally, and it's changing also very fast. When we created Copilot, the focus was different, was to create a secure environment for the companies to access and connect every informational data, to have security guarantees, and to be able to serve an enterprise user with the same models that OpenAI is using. So let's say that those are two different products with the same technology behind the scenes. We are competing in some of the functionalities. Yes, of course, I'm using both when I work. Sometimes I use Copilot for specific tasks. When it works better, I use the researcher or the analytics agent, and it works fine. Sometimes I go just to ChatGPT and follow the thing, or even compare. So, but I think that's the fun of the thing. We need to use several tools. We need to compare, and at the end, we need to learn and to educate ourselves in how this technology works. And we need to be critical, because at the end, we need to evaluate results and be very critical and use the human judge in order to see how this technology is working, not just thinking that everything is true.
Yeah, thank you for the honest answer, Miguel. So you mentioned a couple of things that when you were selling, how that can help universities. But in your, for example, like a sales pitch, what is the first thing that you want to sell to the university? So with your solutions, how can Gen AI improve operational excellence of university? So what's the number one
Yeah, that's a very good question. So most of our customers are private universities. So that has already, what's the impact on revenue? It's clear. Everybody wants to impact learning, but if you're going after a private university is this is the impact that it's going to have on your pocket. And generative AI allows you, and I'm going back a little bit to the previous answer, allows you to scale at a very low cost. This is the big kind of what is changing the game. Universities don't need to invest in a large group to follow up with the students, to follow up with prospects, to personalize a prescription to a potential student, to an alumni for continuous education. All that can be done by generative AI using the data foundation. So what I've seen is it has to do with what's the ROI. And that's the pitch that moves the best.
Let me rephrase the question like that.
Okay.
Do you see that these kind of solutions can create additional competitive advantage of the universities who are using it? Because you can promote, our students, our faculties, and then that could be attraction for your new potential students. I mean, across Europe, every university is struggling with budget cost and cuts, and also like a fewer number of students. Yeah. So it's a big competition, and then if you provide cutting edge technology to your students and access to technology that can be I would say like a criteria for competitive advantage.
Absolutely, no questions asked, 100%. Having said that, let me give you a slight difference on what I'm seeing in Europe versus the Americas. And probably you heard this, when Americas innovates, Europe regulates. And yes, they are looking for this competitive advantage, but sometimes you just waste, in a good sense, I'm not saying that is wrong, but a month going back and forth on data protection, just on the contract. And boom, a month just went by. And then it is important that we pilot, but let's discuss about the framework. And in the Americas, it's more about let's minimize the impact of a potential pilot and let's do it. So I'm not saying either is better than the other, but it's kind of different. So yes, everybody wants a competitive advantage, but not every university is hungry to have this competitive advantage in the sense of let's put the knife here and let's go for the hunt.
So ROI versus okay, recognition. Okay, thank you very much, Pablo. I'm gonna like continue with you, and I see that a lot of universities having I would say old infrastructure, and they struggle like to digitally transform themselves, and I think it's a huge weakness for them. Even though you wanna implement any new technology like nowadays, then you cannot do it because you're backed up with the old systems, and then it's very hard for you to change, definitely, and you don't want to go to that. You don't want to touch that. Do you see maybe like some kind of like a cloud-based AI solution, or there is a like a now term infrastructure or as a service, or AI as a service could be something that as a potential.
The first rule is, if it's working, don't touch it. Don't touch it. That's everyone related with IT here knows that. It happens in education. It happens everywhere. If you get education, it's not a regulated market. I've been in regulated like banking, for instance, where in banking they've been regulated. It's been regulated, or telecom been regulated for a while. So every time they want to do something, they have to be very careful. And this is the reason most of the people still do a lot of business in the mainframe. You will see around mainframe. When I was a student, which was a long time ago, I can imagine what the AI would say. If they say my student path, I was thinking on that. It's like, if I give my student path to the AI, I see what they say about me. In that time, they say, well, COBOL and mainframe is dead, and it's still around. Migrations are hard. Cloud, it's a fantastic enabler. You get a lot of things that will be useful in the EdTech. EdTech, like most of the industry, they have times, enrollment time, you have online tests, you have closings, you have breaks, spring breaks, whatever. So you can follow that with your infrastructure. You only pay when you need, which is the magic of the cloud. It's probably something you heard like 10 years ago. If you put a layer on top, which is the AI now, and you put that intelligence, you can adapt that on-demand concept to everything. I give you an example. One of the, a little bit outside EdTech, but applies everywhere, is like they've been automating the mortgage process. And they've been, in the real end, they've been acquiring a bank. Nobody knows. So they can escalate from one, when they get the process via AI processed, they can escalate from 1 to 1,000 in 2 days. Before it was like 3 months or even a year. If they need to book and train 100 people, if you can replicate it's different. The same is with the infrastructure. As I said before, we see a lot of opportunities regarding the automation. So you can take two approaches. First is we fix what we have and then we automate, or the other way around. We automate, we get the money. We go back to the ROI thing. There's another difficult to measure, which is the perception of the user. So it's about money, but how the student feels. And it's not to make it happy only. It's just to make the guy easy to go for the tests, easy to, the same with the customers. So it's at the very end, if it's a private university, it's a customer. We've seen a lot of opportunities in the cloud. We see that it's scaling. So it was on the infrastructure. Then you get some features on top, and then you can do any company, as you said before, Pau said before, you can create a company in 2 days, even 1 day. You can get all the infrastructure ready for serving 1 million customers or one customer, and you only pay if you serve them. So it's a little bit. There's I've been in sales for a while, and we have the feeling usually that you move on the way of the pleasure or away from the pain. Those are the two driving. It's simplifying human behavior, right? It's if you're running away from the pain, it's like migration process. Yeah. This is probably the key thing. In the past, we heard about magic service that you can go from get the source, get the destination, and migrate. This is not happening at huge size, but we see that happening in small pieces. So before you have to match your fields and say, okay, if you have ABC, you put ABC there. Now you can tell them, this is what you have, this is what you get. You give him a good prompt with very good guardrails not to make crazy things. You can put on human in the loop or whatever, and you can automate that process. And this is something that was kind of impossible 10 years ago. 5 years ago, we had RPA was kind of starting. Now I see there's a good path from that. And this applies for the EdTech and for any other companies for sure. I mean, everyone has the same problem with the legacy.
Yeah.
Everyone is having this pain.
Yeah. And the data, they want to keep the data, and also especially if they have external stakeholders that are using their data, and then it's very hard then to switch, right? You don't want to.
Then you have
as you said, move away from the pain.
Yeah. You have your go-to-market, and then you have your back systems and how you serve your customers or your partners or your colleagues or how you fight against your competition. So you're trying to move fast, and sometimes you're lagging, being very stopped on your old infrastructure, let's say old systems, in general speaking.
Thanks for sharing. Pau, question for you. From your experience, I mean, you started with 18, right? Almost, yeah. How can because we are also researchers, and then when we have idea, and then in order to move to proof of concept and then to MVP, it takes some time. Do you think that with AI, with Gen AI, this is changing, or we still have to go through all these, I would say, steps?
I'd say that the phases prevail, but the time you spend in each one of them is drastically reduced. So I started this journey exactly 20 years ago now, in 2005. And I remember that only the pre-prototyping phase, the technology pre-prototype was a nightmare, that then we had to destroy and start again because we didn't have frameworks or toolkits that would, all of this was invented later. So the phase, you had to build yourself everything. You want because software as a service was not a concept back then, but you want the website be safe, you need to invent a safety system. And maybe if you are lucky, there will be a forum called SourceForge before GitHub, where we would share snippets of code that we promised was safe. So in the end, there was no AI, there was a bunch of people sharing pieces of code, but you had to invent the wheel every day from scratch. And right now, the phases are the same. You need to have an idea, concept to validate, or you should. You don't need, but you should validate it. And once it's validated, you should go to prototyping, and then you should move to production, and then you should professionalize and staging. And I'm only talking about technology, but then there are more layers like legal, marketing, comms. But only the phases, they are the same. And I think it's dangerous to remove phases. We should remove the time we spend in every phase. But it's like, I'm going to skip testing the market. I have the answer, so I'll just go ahead and invest. Like there is this startup in New York called Friend.com that they invented one of many. Like I have a startup that does agentic, like another. So a device you have with AI hanging somewhere, like another. And they spend all of their money in a risky ad campaign in New York, because New York is one of the cities with the lesser AI adoption in the US and more skepticism, and they put gigantic billboards saying have a true friend, which is like super provocative, because in the end it's like telling you don't have any friends and AI is going to be your friend, which is not a responsible use of AI example. And they put this single sentence with a lot of white space, so everyone would just paint the signs, and every sign of Friend.com has been painted, and not with nice words, like fuck off would be the I would say the nicest thing written in a billboard. But it kind of worked. Like the sales went up because they could reach the people that are not easy to find. And I really don't like the company. I think we would be safer if they went bankrupt, because they are doing something very dangerous, which is selling a solution to end loneliness. So in the end, they hold your live stream, because if you end up loneliness and they push a button and you have it back, there is no much an easy recover from that. So I'm not happy that they were successful with the ad, but you can see the desperate movement of a startup when they probably jumped over a phase, because everything was moving so fast a couple of years ago that you don't validate. You raise 50 million, you build a prototype, and we'll see how do we sell it. Well, if you invest the last million in a campaign, it's a bit desperate, and it looks like it's working because they are selling more. So it's never a good idea to jump over phases, I think.
Okay, so there is no like a quick solution, if I can say that. You have to go through all the phases. Definitely.
Yeah, but before you spent a year prototyping, and now you can spend like a week or even a day. So in the end, you go way faster, but still sometimes it goes so fast that you omit some of the phases, and that's a clear sign of this could go very wrong.
The ChatGPT can be a CEO. Probably helpful of
One of the things that is also happening is that you see histories about this. So I've been reading about the DHL CEO that it was completely going bankrupt, and he decided to go to a casino and bet. So this is the kind of the thing when you see the guy doing, we put everything in that campaign. It's more like risk taking that people get used to it. It look like, are you crazy? It would be the answer for everyone here probably, but if it's working.
Yeah, why not? Maria, question for you. From your experience, are you more like triggered by your customers or your users to put or implement some Gen AI capabilities, or it's vice versa? Like you do it yourself, some kind of like a research, and then try to provide, I would say, new technology for your users and for your customers. What's the strategy?
I would say definitely the second one. We both are, or our whole team is full of explorers, pioneers, and idealists. So we see this new planet we can reach and experiment with, and it's amazing. We love this work. So it's this part where you said, okay, I love this to do, and then I take some time of my day and do it. Also, we see this, we all here in the room, I think, are people in this bubble. We are working with AI, we are experimenting with it, we have experience, we have the luck to understand what AI is. AI being machine learning, but also large language models, probabilistics behind it. But there are huge amounts of people out there that have no idea about this. And so our mission really is to take those people, the hand, and bring them one step nearer. And then another company sits here and brings them another step nearer. And we think you need some basic understanding of mathematics, that you get probabilistics. And just when you get probabilistics, you have the possibility to understand large language models, for example. And so through those experiments, we are integrating Gen AI in our workflows, in our research. We are also gaining data and then sharing it again with the research community. Take it for workflows for teachers or authors. So publishers are working with textbook authors. Those are mainly teachers because they have the expertise on what other teachers need, and try to make their workflows easier so that they can ideate with AI or large language models, that they just have to be creative, and then the nasty work with making formulas in mathematics work, or accessibility, that I can take a phone and just talk the formula into the phone, and you get a graph about it, a function, or also the correct writing. So still, technology struggles with writing down mathematical formulas. And we try to smooth this way on all levels.
I see, yeah, thank you. Elena wants to.
Yeah, just coming to that part, because I am a linguist as a background. I started my career in linguistics, moved to natural language processing, and then it's called artificial intelligence, and we are where we are with generative AI. But I always say that artificial intelligence now is a mix or the perfect evolution between maths and language. Yeah. And here, in the education, we continue talking about science and letters and humanities. So it's kind of, why do we continue thinking that people that humanities are humanities people and linguistics, and then people in science are mathematical and vectors are everything, where we are converting the words into vectors? So I think that's the first change of mindset that we need to do in education, because now we have the perfect, let's say, way. An LLM is a language model, but it's all about vector, mathematics, algebraic things, and lots of stuff. And the first thing that we need to understand is that when Gen AI models just jumped, they didn't work well for maths, because they were not thought for maths. Now we have much more things, and reasoning models, we have analytics stuff, we have data, and we have lots of things that have improved the result. But the perfect mix of these kind of things, and how language is a different type of data set that it's in a structure, is something that people need to understand when approaching to AI. Because traditional mathematical models, linear regression, and these kind of things were for different things that language models do. So understanding this difference and how we can build on top of that make us a lot in terms of understanding how this learning system works and which is the best technology to be used for this or for that. Because there is a big confusion around the, let's say, ecosystem, and understanding which is the basis of that is the best thing that we can do to build on top of.
I have to add, I think there is research about it. Researchers, you're better served here, that human brains are thinking differently. So I might add that we have to collaborate on this, because when I'm talking to linguists, I find out I'm structuring and reasoning differently than linguists are doing it. And when we are talking and exchanging and discussing and maybe fighting on some subjects, then we can create this understanding of the different fields and bring them together.
Like male and female, you know.
Yeah, Venus and Mars, yeah. Precisely.
A question for you, Elena. Today we talked also about like an AI Act. So it's a big thing for us in Europe. Does Microsoft provide any kind of like a consultancy or help to the EdTech companies regarding these ethical things that are happening? Because nowadays, if something is made, made from AI, Gen AI, it's also a big question about copyrights. Especially like maybe patenting something. who is the real owner about those things. So is there anything that you guys are doing to provide this kind of support?
Yeah, so this is a very important question, and we are more and more focused on what we call responsible AI, which is a concept that covers, and I think that was mentioned also this morning, several areas. First is security in terms of cybersecurity, because also with Gen AI, new ways of attacking, new ways of doing, let's say, wrong things are coming. So we need to protect our clients, our partners, our startups in order to be safer when they build on top of our platform. The second thing is about content filtering. We need to make sure that the models are throwing information that it's not only true, but it's also safe in terms of the kind of information that we want to filter. We have some teams that are adding not only layers to the models in terms of security in Azure, but also doing what we call red teaming in terms of testing and checking that on top of what the models have, when they come to Azure, they pass these kind of safety guidelines, and we have like quality controls for that we are continuously reviewing. And the third thing is about data privacy and compliance and all the requirements that we have in the AI Act and in the local regulations too, because of course this is super important, not only because it's mandatory, but also because the company believes that it's really important to work for that. So we bring different ways of approaching that. We have tools like Preview, which is a tool that helps companies to check if the compliance requirements are fulfilled or not. Depending on the area, for example, in FSI we are working a lot with DORA regulation in terms of making sure that the tools or the product that we are launching are aligned with the, let's say, public policy and requirements that are marked by these regulations. And in terms of the position in Europe, I don't know if you saw that, but our, let's say, Vice President came to Europe and signed an agreement in Brussels just to, let's say, show that the European sovereignty can, let's say, grow further. So Microsoft strongly believes that Europe can arrive further because the complexity, not only regulation, but also in culture, multilingualism, and the, let's say, difference between Europe and other countries is huge, and we need to cover and to bring special attention on that. So answering your question, the answer is yes, but we have like different ways of approaching it. First is technology. We want to make sure that our technology is compliant with everything, so it's not your responsibility of building something, it's our responsibility to make sure that everything that you are building on top of us meets all the requirements by law and by regulation and by everything. But we also want you to understand what's going on. So we have, let's say, work with partners like Founders for Education, but the same for other areas that help our customers be, let's say, compliant with all the stuff, and especially when there are sensitive areas like healthcare or, let's say, any areas that might be much more sensitive. In that sense, we can help them to make sure that everything is under, let's say, meets the requirements.
Run. There are no consequences, because...
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is that we need to make sure that the technology is compliant. And what we are seeing, and especially in the startup world, coming back to my area, is that there are lots of people that are not aware even of what's going on. And they create Frankensteins because they're saying, well, here I put this tool, then I put this other one, this, and I mean, they don't even, let's say, read the small letters. So when you ask the question, what about security? Where are your data hosted? I mean, for us, those are like very basic questions, but there are many people that even don't think about that. So again, we come back to education because we need to educate not only in technology, but also in the implications. And when we come back to startup, I say, hey, show me your architecture. Yeah. This is not an architecture. This is a desk where everything is together, and I don't know how it's working. And this happens very often. So it's not a matter of technology. It's a matter of also of human sense, helped by some guidance, and we need to be there.
That's what I meant, like not experienced companies, they need help with this.
I'd like to add something in that sense. I believe we all did a horrible job with social media.
I agree.
We just pushed it out there without really regulating anything, no?
Yes.
Boom. So I think that hopefully we learned the lesson, and that's why I think it's important what Elena just mentioned. We need to understand and have some common sense that how is this going to be used?
Yeah.
What is going to be the impact? Having said that, we have no idea what's going on in the eastern part of the world, no? Kind of we have a Western vision of how the US is regulating, or the Americas and Europe, But what is it going to mean that we have no idea what's going on in China, no?
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
And just to add to that kind of worries or complexity about social network, I think that the new generation are even less conscious that we are. So they are dropping every kind of information with regardless if it's true, if it's false, if it's good or not, but they just drop, trust, and consume. So for me, the war is not about AI, it's not about technology, it's about the education of this new generation that are not only digital native, but also, let's say, frequent consumers of this kind of stuff that we have been dropping for years without any kind of worry. So now we are blaming AI for everything, but the reality is, I mean, we need to look backwards and say, hey, those are the new generation that are coming that have a completely different mindset.
Yeah, exactly.
To make all responsible how we are dealing. So companies and governments and the common people, yeah. So we have to help together because it's so complex.
Yeah, there is a new type of AI called responsible AI, yeah, that tackles that. But Miguel, you just mentioned this comparison, but my question is like, if Europe is regulating everything and America is pushing so much with the AI, and also we see China, they are also like pushing, can Europe then compete with those regions? Like, how do you see this, battle, if I can say?
That's a very tough question, and I would love to have the answer. I think this is the way to go, but at the same time, I think Europe needs to be flexible in some sense to stimulate innovation, and we're missing that. I think in Europe we need to be more flexible, stimulating, piloting, but also you need to have this responsible AI because we learn. I have no idea what the answer would be.
We are driving the change, come on. We need to be there.
So it's a big battle, yeah.
It's a big battle.
Whoever
it's a big battle.
Yeah.
We have no idea what's going to happen. We know and the current government in the US is just what he was saying. He's betting everything. No, this is it. This is the end of the empire. Let's put all the chips in. We're going to play it on AI. Is going to give us the technology edge for the empire to go farther. If this was wrong, it's going to go wrong very badly. And I think Europe is playing it safe because that's Europe.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
And we have no idea about China.
Yeah.
No clue. All of a sudden you hear about DeepSeek and everybody shakes. But there are tons of DeepSeeks taking place that we have no clue.
Okay, thank you. Pablo, a similar question for you because you are also experienced with Latin America. How do you see this kind of, say, application of Gen AI?
Just to retake it from there, what you say from China, it's probably like the car market. If you've seen the car market like 5 years ago, people say, Chinese cars, it's not no good. Now you see BYDs everywhere, all across Europe. And with the taxes in the US, the production is shifted to Europe, and it's amazing. So someday we probably will see that on the AI. It looks, when I ask my assistant, the AI, he made an assessment. It's better if you say my assistant. It's more glamorous.
So it's he.
It's glamorous. I have the ChatGPT working day and night for me. It says it makes a kind of differentiation. It says the European Union, it's thinking on the citizen, and it's trying to regulate the impact on the citizen across all the European Union. And the US is more like particular regulations, NIST and a couple of those, and it's more like what is happening at state level or some federal, but kind of for particular use cases. And the definition they gave from China, which is interesting, is completely top-down. It's not horizontal, it's vertical. And what it's telling from the top what you can do, it's happening. We've seen DeepSeek like a surprise, like they make it faster and cheaper. That is the two combinations. Because if you see the news, I don't know how much is true, but they see we're stopped. OpenAI says we're stopped because we don't have enough computation resources or energy at the very end. So it's not about the model or the weights into the model. Is how many resources we can put to get that faster than the rest. And it's amazing, right? Because I have a conversation with my kid, 14, and say, what should I do? And I say, 10 years ago, I would say, go coding, just learn Python, JavaScript, whatever. That's kind of a silly question. Say, I like driving. I say, keep coming. Give me more choices. Let's make a multiple choice, right? So, I think this is one of the things we probably in 10 years we will see that as a standard thing. Oh, I didn't know, but it was clear. It was the way, right? But right now we live in this moment. Everything's changing. When you're learning something, we say, no, automation must be done with 3 companies. And yesterday you get OpenAI say, we also do automations. And but we do it natively. And you get LinkedIn burning, like people say, well, the automation companies are death. Like 100 posts of those. So things are changing quickly. I'm really in touch with customers all the time. And it's still about value. So if you get in an OpenAI, put in a front end and give it that, that's really no value. It could be value, but for a short time. You mentioned before, it's another agent. I'm following a page that says it's tracking the people is registering their agents, and it's 15,000 right now. Next week it's 16,000. The other one is 17,000. And the other one is 20,000. Come on, where is it going to end? So I really think it's about delivering value. So if you think on the EdTech, it's about the students. Of course, about the universities, let's say, the case of the university, because they're trying to get more students and more happy, and the alumni treatment they get is so that people try to be in that university rather than the other. So there's a lot of opportunities there that I think they're still not explored. The people is creating agents for visibility and reducing friction on the front line. Kind of, you get the agent that will do X, Y, Z for you, but then you get the information back in the company, and it takes, if you give him the answer, but you don't solve the issue until 3 weeks, which is still not a good student experience, let's say. Coming back to regulation, this is my point. I think Latin America is doing a little bit faster. It's getting a little bit the US way. So they're doing more like we iterate. I'm coming from the Git world in the past, and iteration was key. So you build agile, so you do something, iterate and go for a different layer, and you keep adding kind of small layers of value on top. This is what I seen in mostly Mexico and Brazil, which are the 2 main, big size. It's like 350 million, the 2 together.
Thank you for the insights.
My pleasure.
Pau, you said you presented this new approach, like how you approach in Britain, about like sharing or increasing the awareness of entrepreneurs for the AI skills, and then used to, if you want to become an entrepreneur, then you need like different skills, if I can say that. You need accounting skills, legal skills, etc. Then you outsource those, I would say, services to some professionals, because you cannot hire all these people. So from your perspective, like, do you see that Gen AI can help entrepreneurs in those things? I would say to cut costs. So what are the key skills that you can gain with the Gen AI if you are like a startup?
I mean, in a practical way, I'd say that, definitely Gen AI allows you to move from 0 to 1 without spending much, but most of the uses you will be giving to AI during that period are not responsible. I would say irresponsible use of AI, because the root nature of responsible use of AI is like not impersonating something you are not. Like, if I'm not a lawyer, I should never ask AI to draft a contract, because AI is going to draft a contract for me, and it's going to do in a way that it feels it. AI speaks in such a tone of self-security that you think this cannot be wrong. But when it mentions, like, look, the contract, according to the law 11/36, this must be true. But you never know if AI is remembering this from an actual law published or from CSI, the TV show. So, because in the end, it will be the same law written, but one exists and the other doesn't. So the nature of using AI responsibly is not asking AI to do something you won't be able to check and to fix. So, but on the same page, if it allows someone to build a prototype of an idea in a fast way, we should embrace it, because in the end, that's a lawyer that would be, charging you, 500 euros to answer a few questions, losing a client. But if eventually, this is not fair, because that lawyer would have never had you as a client, because he didn't have 500 euros to hire a lawyer. So it was either I am starting something, or I am not starting something. Not I am starting something without wasting money, or I am starting with investing, because if I don't have the money, it means it's either this or nothing. So in the end, this lawyer is never losing a client, but the chances that this lawyer is winning a new client are way higher if you try. Because if you try, you may be successful, and then you will need a lawyer that fixes the mess you did with AI, probably. But in the end, the net cost of AI, in terms of employability, in the midterm, should be like we need more people. But on the very short term, it's like before you would be hiring a lawyer, now you are not. Well, I don't think that's true. Like if my child is starting a company, well, when they are grown up, I have 3 children, and they are not in ages of starting anything. But because we would invest in them having enough money to hire a lawyer, because I've been there, I've jumped this step, and I've regretted it highly a few months after. So in the end, I will be helping them. But maybe his friend cannot afford the lawyer, then generative AI is a guardrail, a better way than not starting. So it's a gray area. I would say that if you have the resources and you choose not to go the responsible way, you will regret it. And probably the new laws like the AI Act will be way more following and prosecuting you than the one that is starting something with AI because they have no alternative. And that's good, because that means a lot of more startups and companies appearing from people that really didn't have a chance to start something without a sponsor.
Pablo, you want to follow?
Yeah, one thing I would like to mention is not for the case of getting the whole contract, but getting the same scenario. Gen AI is pretty good in help you prepare that meeting.
Yeah.
Because when I go in the past to the lawyer, I go like, oh, what is going to ask? What is going to tell? And then it's like, okay, I want to do this with this environment, with this. I'm trying to get that, and helps you prepare. And it's your research. If you want to do that, of course, if you don't do it, you need a lawyer. You pay $500 per hour. It's done. But when you need to prepare, imagine domains, not the law, but imagine domains like marketing or HR, which are completely, the risk is not like the lawyer.
Like a job ad. But even if the contract, when you realize that the Gen AI is giving you the same text as the lawyer, then on the next contract, we'll think about I should definitely trust the Gen AI.
You know, I think that real life is still very real. And yeah, somebody from very close moved from a tech big company into a startup world, and he said, well, I thought that technology entrepreneurship was about technology and product, and I realized that it's about lawyers and finance. And that's a big truth. At the end of the day, artificial intelligence can help, but the reality of life, it's back to the basics. But I've been an entrepreneur myself, and when you work with a traditional law firm, they don't understand anything about what you are doing. And that's also a problem, because then you are struggling with, is this okay with EU data protection, blah, blah. They are not sure. Is this okay from a technology patent software company? It's kind of, they don't understand what you are doing. They don't see the difference between a model and a data lake house. So these kind of things are very difficult for them too, and we need to pick the right ones that are able to understand the business. And that's also a challenge, because there are not so many lawyers or finance guys that are used to understand the business that we are working with. Same with software, licensing system. How do you build a forecast when you have a company that it's paying credits here, consuming this model, buying PTUs for Microsoft for hosting the models, and then there is a peak because there is a training system where they need to invest X money, and it's a stationality. I mean, finance guys need to understand how technology works, the same as lawyers do. And again, we come back to education. So every company and every industry needs to be transformed to understand what's going on, because otherwise, we as a startup cannot work if we don't have the people that really understand our business. So, and that's, I mean, I'm sharing that from my personal experience, because we changed 3 times in terms of law firm, Because at the end, when I remember the first meeting, we went with a law firm and say what the CTO is saying, and the answer was, "What's a CTO?" And I was like, okay, I think we are wrong with him.
Good point. Good point. Eva Maria, question for you, because I believe that AI is a tool, because what we need to change is the pedagogy. So innovation in pedagogy. So how do you ensure that it's all about like a pedagogy and the trust when we talk about like a AI enhanced learning? So I know that I spoke with Gerald regarding some kind of like algorithms, the architecture, especially for the assessments, so how to keep pedagogy in the center of the learning?
I think this is a very important question and quite seldom asked interestingly, also in the EdTech sector. How do we do it? We listen and we observe. That's the first step. So we know lots of EdTechs complaining about teachers because they are not adopting, or students not knowing how to use, or being difficult customers because they have so high of expectations. What we find out is learning is much more about social interaction than about knowledge and skills. Because we are learning because of social interaction, with social interaction, and the main motivator is attention. And it's kind of a different approach than many others are taking. So taking this as our core, we try to develop solutions that support this social interaction. So when students are learning on their own, we are there. When teachers need time with just some of the students and not the whole group, we are there. But we try not to disturb the plenum or the discussion, or we provide teacher trainings where we tell them, please let the students talk together about the tasks. And you don't have to find the tasks because our algorithm is doing it. So we try to support all this. It's like the human-centered approach, and using technology to support humans to grow. I think that's the answer.
So pretty much use the technology to help.
Yes, technology is the tool. Yes, we love technology, but it's not okay to press people into our technology because we love our technology. But technology has to support human beings because human beings, we have this humanistic idealism again.
Thanks for sharing. And one last question for everyone. I like this question because I want to see what's your perspective, like looking ahead, I don't know, 5 years, because 10 is too much. Everything is changing so fast. What kind of messages can you like share with the future, I would say, EdTech startups? What do they think? What's the next trend, Elena?
Okay, well, for me, 5 years is a lot. So let's say 5 months. It's I mean, the speed and the velocity that we have today, it's kind of, we need to think at a very short term. But again, the message is, this is not the future, this is the present. Test it, try it, play with it, break it, because you will be late if we don't start now. So, and that's for everyone. And the other message is, we are now in agentic AI. That means that it's not only about models, it's not only about AI itself, it's about understanding the real problem, the business problem that you want to solve, understanding how, build it, test it, and try again. So that's my message, and don't wait for tomorrow.
So business problem, okay. Miguel?
You know what's the difference between a meteorologist and an economist? They spend half of the time explaining what's going to happen and half of the time explaining why it didn't happen. So I'll play a little bit trying to explain 5 years from now, which we have no clue what's going to happen. But I believe K-12 is going to be rather on giving the foundations to students, and universities are going to have the biggest disruption. Up to the last 1,000 years, universities have had one value proposition, which is they are the keepers of the knowledge. No? Here's the content. What we're going to see is what Pau presented today. We're going to see more a hyper-adaptive learning experience where you learn what you want to learn when you want to learn, at the speed that you learn, in the tone that you should be learning. And if you're going to learn physics and you love soccer, you're going to learn physics talking about soccer. And that's something that today is possible. Today is possible. Imagine how it's going to be in 5 years. So, so that is one side. And the other one for higher education, that's kind of my area, I think we haven't been able to provide a good answer on adaptive learning in the classroom. Still today, you go to a classroom and it's the faculty member, here's the content, and everybody's pretty much the same. But I think AI is going to play a role within the classroom saying, okay, these are the learning outcomes. The teacher or the faculty member is going to moderate, creating, okay, for these learning outcomes, for you and you should be working on a project, you and you, it's a research. So it's going to truly try to adapt that experience within the classroom.
Okay.
Next time we have this, I'll tell you why it didn't happen.
Pablo, this
is a good way to present it. So I see a couple of things happening. In the personal aspect, I will be 5 years closer to retirement on the beach. which yeah, hopefully, yes. Which is not a bad thing. It's impossible to read, but I see a couple of things things happening together. So first one, it's the explosion of AI, as she said, is today. If you put those two things with the quantum computing and robotics, human robotics, that will open another zillion of opportunities and things to change. That will be completely amazing. The most, if you think about what we're talking today, I was teaching on most of the schools today. How far is it from there, even universities? I hopefully see, and it's more a wish than a thought, or something I expect to happen, that this education on technology push a little bit backwards for the people. These basics like finance education, which is not happening, it should. I think there's some technology, it should, because AI will be everywhere. They need, we used to make a joke, my partner is here. Remember the partner you put in the picture? From the end? Yeah, he's there. Yeah. We've been talking about the AI thing, and we think one of the jobs is kind of the AI whisperer. So it's someone that can control the AIs and keep them doing what they should be doing. That doesn't exist today, probably exists in the future. We see a lot of those things happening, but it's probably next year, not even in 5. Next year we have a completely different view. But those two things happening for me are kind of, that will create zillions of opportunity everywhere also.
Thank you, Paul.
So I'd like to share two things for the next few years. So if we take as a hypothesis that you need more power in terms of technology when you create an AI, that when your users are using it, and we check the biggest companies in the world, and we see that right now the biggest company in terms of money is NVIDIA, which creates the power. It means that we are on the starting yet, on the very initial part of the hockey stick. Because if the biggest company in the world is the one that creates the power to build things, and we assume that when everybody will be using AI, the need of power will decrease because you need way less power when you are using rather than when you are building the next year of models. It means that I think that we will be in a second phase of AI where the normal will be users and not builders or creators of AI, which is interesting because it puts NVIDIA no longer as the biggest company in the world, and it makes Microsoft the biggest company in the world. So check your investments portfolio, friends. So this will happen. We will be in an era where we use AI. We don't talk about what's coming, but we talk about how we use it. We no longer talk about the future, but the present, which is interesting. And then that most of the AI users will be using AI without the component of fear that we still see today. A lot of people tackles AI from the fear. Will I lose my job? Will I have to change, to unlearn, to learn new things? And this singularity event where AI does everything better than us, probably it will be there. So we'll be living in a way better place than now, which is, okay, AI does everything better, so I need to choose wisely where I put my time on. And to finish, I've seen this in my home, and I think it's, at least I love to share the story. Like our eldest kid, who is 10 now, he wanted to play chess as an extracurricular, like an extra something you do in school.
Extracurricular.
Yeah, extracurricular, thank you. And he was born, obviously, after 1991, because I was born in 1987. So, but in 1991, it was the last time that the best human could beat the best machine. So from 1991, we know that there will never be another human being that is capable of winning the best, because humans have improved like 1% in 30 years, and the machine is like 500,000% better than the one that actually won us as humans. So my child was born like 15 years after AI would make it impossible forever and ever to. And I asked him, like, do you realize you could never win the machine? And he was like, well, why would I want to? I want to win Jaume. Jaume is his friend. He's a bit better. And he could see the machine as an ally to practice, like, oh, the machine is helping me prepare the strategy against Jaume play we have tomorrow. And I think we'll be all living in that state of mind. I mean, the year from the whole history with more new users of chess was 2022, because Netflix did the TV series, Gambito de Dama, there must be a name in English. And the average age of the new chess player, it means that they were born after singularity. And I think that's really, maybe the future will not look like Terminator or Black Mirror, because a lot of people are born and getting interested in something where AI already won that game forever. And I think that's an optimistic way of, so I think in 5 years we will be on the optimistic side of AI, and no one will be seeing it in a fear way.
Okay, thank you for the elaboration.
I'm optimistic.
As we are saying in Austria, I will make it short and pregnant. Sorry. Switching on a meta level, my advice is, and will constantly be, as looking back in history, it served quite well. Reflect on your values and principles, decide on yours, that you have a focus, that you can stay really flexible in this volatile present. We don't know what happens in the future. We have no idea what happens in the next 6 months. We are all aware of this, that any day, lots of things can change. But we will come out of this and hopefully have, again, a secure future where we can be creative, communicate with each other, be human beings, and so on.
Thank you, but I was expecting more like that every university we're going to have open access to the Gen AI. Every student we're not going to have any more LMS like that we are used to have. We're going to have...
Write that into add this to my answer.
You can bet on this one.
Yes, okay. That's a vision. Let's see if 30 years are enough for this one.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I have one big applause for my panelists? Thank you very much for sharing, and it was inspiring. Yeah, thank you. Are we going to close the today's summit, or?
Pregnant is concise, being precise and concise.
Okay. Thank you very much. Inspiring.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Microsoft, again. Thank you, Manuel, and all of you for attending our summit, EdTech Talents Microsoft Summit.
Thanks, Piedad, and thanks to all people attending, and thanks course, Universidad Rey Juan Carlos, University of Tallinn, and all the 4 countries also collaborating in this initiative. Thanks. I hope you enjoy your, the rest of your stay here in Madrid, and have a safe trip back to your countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.